attacks have they issued in a proactive stance, according to them? Countless. I mean, we can go on and on and on. They just decimated Palestine. Then they move over to our Iran, right? They're attacking Iran, and our president, while having a military parade, knew all of this was happening. And so we have the trifecta. We have Mr. Putin, we have Mr. Netanyahu, and we have Donald Trump, all causing havoc on our planet right now. I like it.
I just want fact, Mayor, just one single fact. Thank you. So the governing body of International Atomic Weapons, the IAEA, I believe it stands for, issued a proclamation on June 9th, we can make that in the chat as well, that Iran was proceeding alarmingly towards the weaponization of its nuclear capabilities. And that is another one of the impetuses for the attack by Israel with the complete collaboration of the United States. In other words, they're being monitored, that they are racing towards a nuclear weapon by the monitoring agency, the IAEA. That's on June 9th of this year, a few days ago.
I agree. They are racing towards a weapon, but there was certain things that they wanted negotiated with them when it comes to uranium enrichment. They said they would decrease the levels. They said, like, there's certain things that they said that they want to be able to, like I said before, they need it for infrastructure, right? So, like, the thing is, our country is saying zero tolerance. So said nothing. They're not going to have anything.
And then again, the whole reason why they got into the whole tussle, like I said earlier, the girls were tussling, was because, again, Israel was not sharing the full messaging about whatever was going on because they had some feeling that Iran was still working on weapons. So again, if you want this actual stuff to be done, both parties, both members are going to have to put the actual truthness on the table. But unfortunately, every time we had it, or we were close to having it back in the 80s, before I was even fucking thought of, all of this was done, and at least almost had it successfully. But unfortunately, you had someone in the part of Israel think that it was okay to assassinate their own president. So every single time we came close to a solution, we had someone else to solve the actual problem.
Hold on, please, yeah. So, thank you, Philip, has been waiting also, Fedo, sorry, first, Philip, and then Fedo, go first,
Okay, so, I did have a question for Honorable, so I'll wait and hold my question. But I want to say, I know you will, but I can't, because there are other people that want to speak. I'll come back, I'm sure, hopefully you can survive the game a little longer. Before you get kicked out to the goat, because there's only 3 of us, we can't bring you up anymore. Anyway, I just wanted to say hello, everybody. Happy Father's Day. Thank you for joining Politically Correct. So all those beautiful pink tickets down there, they look absolutely beautiful on you, but you would look so much prettier and so much more handsome if you just turned that and cashed that ticket in. So go ahead and cash that ticket in, click that link above, click on Politically Correct. Tell me and some dope rooms. I don't like to cheat my own horn, but because today is my birthday, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna toot it. Toot toot. Anyway, we thank you for joining us. Happy Father's Day. We love you all, the men in the space, sending love, joy, peace, and happiness. All right, let's keep it moving. All right, who's next?
Okay. The IAEA report was just mischaracterized, and this is part of consensus for embroiling the United States into war with this rhetoric. So for anybody that has bothered to read the IAEA report, the agency found that Iran is in non-compliance with NPT, right? A treaty that they voluntarily signed, right? And that was further rehashed with the Obama administration in the Iran nuclear deal, right? The United States exited that agreement with Iran as consequence of United States unilaterally, for no reason, exiting the Obama negotiated deal, right? Iran has been decided, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, it's a different question, decided to partially halt the implementation of that agreement with Obama because Trump unilaterally exited it, right? So what the report says that it has found, this is specifically why it is declared in non-compliance. The agency found undeclared man-made radioactive particles. Because they are undeclared, the board of the agency voted Iran in non-compliance. According to them, they cannot determine whether any of this is related or not related to nuclear weapons development. IAEA has never said that Iran is quote-unquote racing towards a nuclear weapon, right? That is not the stance of the agency. And if we care so much about that agency, right, according to that agency itself, it issued multiple proclamations lately, Israel is violating, right, international law, specifically Geneva Convention, by striking nuclear infrastructure, which poses a great risk and is prohibited under Geneva Conventions, which Israel is party to, because it is causing, or is possible that it can cause enormous radiation leakage, to the extent that all countries surrounding Iran today have been placing on the borders scientists who monitor radiation leakage, right? Because this can create a catastrophe. So there is.
So we got some new voices on the stage. Derek, Fedo, Halam, and Rajesh. Do you guys want to respond? Or do you have a time?
Patty, I think Federer was asking to speak up.
Okay. Go ahead, Fedo.
Hi, good morning, everyone. In just viewpoints, it's in this conflict, it's not about now, it's not about who's right, who's wrong, who started the whole thing first. It really pains me to see the scenes of destruction in both Tel Aviv and Tehran, and there's been so much pain happening in the Middle East for the past 2 years. People have been dying, kids been killed, people are starving, and I still see that what's happening right now is a very good opportunity, and the opportunity is for my friends in Israel is finally to understand that war is not a video game, and you might have disagreement with the regime, but when it really hits you, when it becomes in your house, when people die, it's different. So people has been killed in Gaza for the past 2 years. Yes, Hamas did horrible stuff, but it's not about that anymore. The people who are suffering, the civilians, they haven't done anything, and when you bring war to them, it's not numbers anymore. So now, for the past 2 days, people in Tel Aviv and Israel have been experiencing what a war is. And when a bomb lands next to your house, you don't think politics. You don't think, okay, maybe we were wrong, maybe our people were wrong or right. No, it's not about this. It's about your kids or your family being incinerated next to you, which is a bit very. I lived one war in my life, and it's the most horrible experience. I was very young, but it's still traumatizing me until now. So when I see it on TV, it's different. I don't look at it as numbers and stuff like that. Anyways, Israel now coming and normal coming and say, okay, Iran has nukes and Iran is not allowed to say to have nukes. Israel, you are not in any place to lecture people about who or who not to have nuclear. First of all, you have nuclear weapons, or you don't. Nobody knows, and I find it just very silly that every time you ask someone, it's like, oh, we don't know. It's like a grown-up, see that you have it or you don't have it, which is I think everyone knows that you have it. So if you have it, you cannot go around and lecture people, especially that no, you're not the only democracy. The way that you're treating people is not nice, and it's not democracy, and it's not first world, and then you have no rights to lecture people about that. And coming now to try to American people and say, okay, come join us for the war and kill this and do that. Again, you're doing the same thing again and saying that Iran is going to hurt you. Speaking of countries that hurt the US, 1 week ago, it was the memory of the ship USS Liberty, the one that was attacked by the IDF in 67. 34 American sailors died. And it was straight attack from the Air Force of the IDF to the US Liberty. They knew they're Americans. They killed them. They kept bombing the ship for 2 hours, something like that. and then they saved the rest of the people. Please Google and see the details. There's a lot of documentaries about that. So yes, Iran said bad stuff, and then but you also have done bad stuff. And the worst thing that you've done is that Netanyahu straight lied to the Americans, and they said, okay, Iraq has nuclear. I was born in Iraq, by the way, and Netanyahu came and lied and said Iraq they have mass destruction weapons, and because of that the US went, and the rest, the amount of people who died from the two sides, the traumas that happened, and the worst thing is that leading the region in so much chaos that created the worst terrorist organization that happened over the history, like ISIS and Al Qaeda and all this stuff, and then all this for like why? Why are we like? Why is Israel having the right to dictate? I should have this. I shouldn't have this. And so, and I think this is the cross line where the American politics and the Israeli politics they split, because American they still see that you should not follow Israel in every goal that they have, and. Yeah, this is all I wanted to say, and please do not repeat what happened in Iraq again, because I don't think also like an Iranian regime disappearing suddenly or something is not gonna be the heaven, and I don't think they're gonna be literal in one day again. It's gonna be chaos, and peace for everyone. Thank you.
Peace to you too, brother, and your people back home.
Can I jump in now?
Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know if Woody is still in the room, but okay, I can leave party for Woody as long as he guarantee me I'll get first lead. But yeah, that one aside, El Normo said a couple of things like referring to the whole what was said by who and who didn't say what. So, but I checked and it was difficult to find, but I did find out one article it was referring to. Now it wasn't Ahmadinejad that made that statement. It was Rafsanjani that made the statement. I put that article in the chat. Anybody wants to read it. So that statement relating to fire and all that, and blowing up Israel and everything. It was Rafsanjani that said so. Now both of them are hardliners. For those who do the Iranian politics is, at least from my own understanding, it's kind of like the way. It's not exactly the same thing. Don't get me wrong. But it's the best way I could break it down is to say the reformists are the Democrats and the hardliners are the conservatives. Now, they tend to say, the hardliners tend to say love all that stuff. They said, oh, we're going to kill this person, we're going to blow these people, blah, blah. They say a lot of all that. But that official Iranian policy, I don't think that is what their official policy is, at least to the best of my knowledge. Now, if we want to go back to the whole nuclear thing, as of now, Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. And they don't have it right now. But again, we're going to have to ask ourselves, why is it that when there was a deal on the table in the first place, why did our man, Donald Trump, pull out of that deal? And then 4 years later, only to try to make the same deal he pulled out of again. What was the point behind the whole thing? Even as at the time he made that deal, the intelligence officials were saying at that time Iran did not have any nuclear weapon, and they were largely sticking to the deal. He pulled out of it for whatever reason, whether it was against Obama and all that. But anyway, that is just a side note for us to ponder about. Now, the last thing I'm going to talk about now, in the whole of that region, right? There is only one country that has the policy. You guys can read it up. It's called the Samson Protocol. Only one country there has it that if they feel threatened or they feel they're going to be overrun, they are going to destroy the whole region with their nuclear weapons, and that is Israel. You have to ask yourself, did that Israel is allowed to have nuclear weapons, even though Israel will not come out and tell you they have nuclear weapons, and every other country is not allowed to have it. North Korea has it, but you don't want anybody else in that region to have it. So, I mean, these are questions we really need to start asking ourselves and get to the root of the whole thing. Thank you.
Yeah, to that point.
Alright, so I said I was gonna speak. May I ask my question now? Is no one still here? No. He left?
Yeah. No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Alright, Norm, so my question is, I think you mentioned this probably about 20-30 minutes ago, about the 61st day.
Yeah.
Because they were supposed to sign, and that was, so what was that agreement all about?
Israel to wipe us off the map. That's you and me. Yeah.
So is it like nuclear powers? Is that what you're trying to say?
Enriching uranium.
It's uranium.
Nuclear weapon.
Oh, so what is that?
All
In order to produce a military missile weapon, something that can be carried from one continent to another, you have to have uranium at a certain strength. So that's what we're talking. That process is called enrichment. It's the enrichment.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
enrichment also happens for civilian purposes, and the United States, according to public media statements from Donald Trump and his administration itself, was pushing all enrichment of uranium, including for civilian use, to be banned. That was a red line for Iran.
And that's why I said the infrastructure. Like they're trying to they can't say zero, no uranium enrichment when they need it for infrastructure. They need it for power.
Well, they have a lot of oil, but let me point out again that the IAEA, the monitoring body, is so alarmed at this enrichment far beyond civilian use that for the first time in 20 years, they have determined that Iran was racing towards getting a nuclear bomb. They called it nuclear escalation. This breach, this non-compliance by the objective, not partisan, monitoring agency, and hang on, I'm almost done. I didn't land it right away. The IAEA, that they need a Security Council resolution to find Iran in breach, in non-compliance of nuclear escalation limits and laws imposed on the world.
Okay.
And I can look at,
Okay. Thank everybody that participated in that question. I appreciate you. I wasn't quite finished. There's a reason why I asked that question, because the 60 days was up, right? And then on the 61st day, Netanyahu decided they was gonna, start striking. Yes? Is that how it went?
Netanyahu and the United States.
No, the United States was not part of that.
Wait a minute, hold up 1 second. Your president, he said he didn't know. Now he said this even as of last night. So I'm not going to include the U.S. right now. I'm just saying Netanyahu decided to, respond, because they didn't respond on the 60th day. On the 61st day, they decided to just go ahead and, send missiles and stuff. Yes?
Okay, no, that's false. So I just listened to the Israeli Prime Minister this morning, and he stated moments ago that they absolutely made the United States and...
Excuse me, that's not my point and where I'm trying to go. I don't want to belabor that. That's not where I want to belabor. And the question wasn't for you. The question was for Elmo and Robert, respectfully. Elmo, are you going to say yes or no?
What's your question?
I'm asking, so on the 61st day, they just decided that they were going to respond with air missiles and strikes, right?
They mean the United States and Israel. Not
Meaning, I don't want to belabor. I'm talking about on the 61st day. Yes or no? Because there's another question. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The U.S. and Israel decided to attack because we know that they would negotiate fairly. We know
The U.S. has not attacked.
Here's the thing. The United States. Now, how is it that any other time you agree with Trump and what Trump says when he say he didn't do something, but now today you're going to say that he's a liar?
I never believed Trump. I never believed Trump. He never.
Sugar.
I'm telling you.
Sugar. You are not being truthful. Come on.
Sure.
Okay, fine. Okay. Anyway, I've heard you defend Trump on plenty of cases, but all I'm saying is what I really wanted to try to get down to is the fact that I don't believe that Trump agreed to this on the 61st day. Do I think that they had conversations that, okay, listen, if they don't do this, then this is what we're going to do. But I don't believe that there was on the very next day, because usually in these type type of situations, we come back and like, hello, did you forget something? Hello, you gonna sign this? What's happening? What are we gonna do? The time is up. But no, we don't even have an additional conversation. There's just a preemptive strike out of nowhere. Okay? So, and furthermore, I don't think Trump and I are Geminis. His birthday was yesterday, my birthday is today. Hello? And I don't want nobody messing up my birthday party. And what Netanyahu was messed up his birthday party with all this bullshit that's going on out there. Now everybody blowing up things and stuff, whatever. He's supposed to be the master of negotiation. And you think he wants that embarrassment right now? No. I don't think so. Especially when he's been trying to, build businesses and trying to connect these different things. I'm not saying that they didn't once have a conversation about going to do if they didn't do X. But I don't believe that the Y in that X equals the very next day. I don't believe that. I don't agree. Period.
First Lady, Trump was jubilant. He called the strikes excellent. And he said, if Iran wants it to stop, come back to the negotiating table and sign a deal. Trump isn't part of the negotiation. And he's delighted at these attacks. As I say, the United
That's
States
how
is
you're
100%
making a
behind.
spin out of it. Last night, he simply tweeted that United States had nothing. So United States, his tweet last night trumps what yours is saying, because guess what? Mine is earlier, and the latest news, he said the United States had nothing to do with it. Period.
That's because they don't want Iran to hit nuclear, to hit American assets in the region.
But that's not even true either. We had nothing to do with it.
They played Iran. They played for
What did we do? What did we do? What did we do that had to do with what happened in Iran?
Yeah, we have two armed destroyers.
No, what did the United States do?
I'm telling you, we in the United States have destroyers in the region knocking those ballistic missiles out of the sky. By the way, Jordan
That's
and
a
Saudi
deterrent.
Arabia
That's a deterrent to keep it from hitting our national security interests. What did we do? No, it had nothing to do with Israel. You got to remember, we have bases in Bahrain. We have a base in Jordan. When you guys came out, when you and Bibi, I'm saying you and Bibi because I don't think the Israeli people are into this shit. They want to fucking live and breathe, right?
Yeah.
So when you and Bibi was saying Jordan has something to do with Jordan clearly stated that they were doing their deterrent thing because they don't want shit landed in Jordan. Had nothing to do with them supporting. And the GCCS came out like they are saying this is wrong.
The rockets are headed towards Israel and Jordan and the United States destroyers and Saudi Arabia and the entire region.
The rockets were heading towards Israel and towards Iran, and they still hit a military base in Iraq the first time.
Yeah.
What's going on?
But again, he's conflating the fact that we are protecting American soldiers. He's conflating the fact that we have American soldiers in Israel that we have a right to defend, no matter which way we look at it. They did not get direct orders from the President of the United States to defend Israel because we need to protect the Israeli government. We have direct orders, no matter which way we look at it, to protect our American soldiers. So when missiles are coming in, we have destroyers to protect them, not the Israeli people. I'm sorry. We're not doing that for you.
There's no difference, CJ. You're wrong. I'm sorry.
What do you
The
mean?
whole region is
You're
protecting
wrong.
Israel. Okay? I don't think you understand.
Can I
Of
get
course we are.
for 1 second?
Yeah, you are.
Can you just take a second?
Yeah, go Katrina. And then Wednesday, I think Ms. Joanna wants to speak after you.
Okay. So, was United States supposed to have a meeting that was scheduled, the negotiation continued
did.
on Sunday? So today, right? Today's Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when somebody is saying, I didn't see who was saying that, but somebody was saying that like, oh, they walked away from negotiations and 60 days ended. So they were like, oh, well, if 60 days ended and blah, blah, blah. And the United States basically was not, they didn't want to negotiate with US anymore, with Trump, as somebody said. Then why did they have a scheduled negotiations meeting for today? See, like, people, so if there was no negotiations, negotiations, they didn't walk away from the negotiations. They were supposed to meet today, and it was canceled because Israel attacked. Period.
That is correct. And to add to what she's saying, you guys gotta understand this tactic, right? So this guy, you keep using terms like they play. There's nothing playful about lives being lost. There's nothing playful about war being raged, right? This is not play. This is serious shit that affects people's lives all over the planet. So please refrain from using such terms like that as if we're talking about some jokey shit. This is real shit right here. Unequivocally, without a doubt, the United States was aware of what Israel was planning to do. The strategic nature of that initial strike was it was flawless, right? They had already penetrated inside Iran. They were set up. So when this attack was activated, it was well planned. It wasn't an overnight thing. This was an ongoing thing. And Mr. Trump, unfortunately, is telling Iran, we don't give a fuck what you say, what you want, bow and bend the knee, and that's it. This is how this man has run his administration. This is how this man has created turmoil in economic markets around the world. He is completely unhinged. He has no continuity in any type of policy. He just goes off the top of his fucking head. And this is what we have today. Now, the potential over there is really severe. I was doing some research on the allies that Iran has. And I'm looking at escalation, right? What happens when this thing escalates? Who are their allies? One of them is Russia. One of them is China. And don't sleep on them coming to aid Iran when this thing escalates. Like, we got to keep this shit real. And sir, you're downplaying the fact that the United States has continually sponsored everything that Israel can do no wrong. They can do no wrong. Everything that they're doing, and we think in America this is about a anti-Semitic thing. No, this is a regular man, a human being. Bibi is a regular human being who is extremely aggressive, and he has a philosophy that is counterproductive to many in his own company, in his own country. The regular civilians over there, and I'm talking to people in Israel, and they are not jacking the leadership in the way they're doing things. All right, so let's like stop this play talk and have a serious conversation. I'll end.
You're right, Robert. So what people don't like, so I'm sorry. No, sorry. When he was addressing me, I want to respond to for a second.
No, he just said he landed. That's what he said on normal.
Yeah, he landed. I just want to explain the play. Normal, 1 second. It's just, we have other people here joining us. I understand. Wednesday.
How you doing, babe? How you doing?
Wait to respond. Just write it out. Yeah, please, Alarm. We got Wednesday, Don, welcome, Kevin.
I'll go Wednesday.
Hush your fuzz. 1 second, you can wait your turn.
So you're 68 years old. Learn some decorum.
Okay, we better need everybody talking to El Normal because y'all just gonna make the situation worse. The mods got it. Thank you. I appreciate your help. But today is Father's Day. Let's keep the peace. Happy Father's Day to all the wonderful men.
Happy Father's Day.
And I want to say hello to my special friend Dawn. I'm not sure if I'll get a chance to hear him speak, but I'm so grateful that you're here today. Happy Father's Day. Anyway, today is also my birthday. It's a very special day. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right, Wednesday, one mic on you. Happy to meet you.
Hello. Whoever said, to be honest with you, Donald Trump wouldn't have had delegates coming from Iran to Camp David, which was last Sunday, right? His whole cabinet was negotiating a deal with Iran. On a Sunday, his whole cabinet in Camp David last Sunday, right? Monday, he speaks to Bibi saying, listen, Iranians are hard, they're tough, but we can do this, we can do this. Bibi, to me, in my opinion, I think the negotiations was going good, and Bibi didn't like that. Because why, if the negotiation was going bad, why have another meeting this Sunday? Right? Just listen out. Just listen. Why have another meeting this Sunday if it was going bad? Bibi needs to, for some odd reason, I don't know why, with the
the United States of America needs to always back Israel up. Always back Israel up. As of guilt, I don't know. At this point, I don't care. I don't want our soldiers going into war. We don't want our soldiers going into war. We can't afford another war. And we were in a 20-year war, and we lost. We lost. So Americans died, and we lost a lot of money being in that 20-year war. Enough. Enough. We cannot keep on backing Israel up. Done. Done. And I'd like to also say Israel's not our only ally in the Middle East. Okay? We have Qatar, we have Saudi Arabia, we have Iraq. We literally destroyed that country and put our own people up there. And we cannot keep on making mistakes. We cannot repeat what we did in Iraq. We can't. That's all I just wanted to say.
I mean, Israel has committed crimes against humanity at this point. UN resolution, I put it in the chat earlier, under that time and time again. And America has gone in and vetoed it, and they haven't backed any of the resolutions that were put on the floor, that were put out there. I mean, we at the time, man, we just got to call a thing a thing. We can no longer blindly support Israel in the way it's doing things. It's as simple as that. This ain't got nothing to do with no anti-Semitic thing, because people always use that as a crutch, and we think it's a religious thing. No, this ain't no downtrodden. They are a strong military. They have access to United States intelligence and other resources, right? In a covert fashion, obviously. There's no way they could carry out and execute the way they have been doing without explicit support from our country. My goodness, man, we just let this guy be bullied the fuck out of us. He comes here, bow to the knee, be honored. Like, come on, man. You guys got to look into his history. He was educated here in the United States. He's built some powerful contacts, powerful relationships. Like, he didn't just pop up on out of nowhere. You guys just look at his history and how he has been a tyrant for all of his political career. Just y'all do the research, and then we can have a conversation. I've done the research. Right now, plenty of people want to speak on it, but I just want people just to look at his track record, look how he came to power, and then we can really have another conversation.
Yeah. So Robert, Bibi is
Here's a few voices. So we have Anish, we have Don, we have Kevin, we have Shucks. Do you all want to
I won't be long. Robert just went quiet.
We'll let you respond right after, babe.
Heidi, I'm just listening for now.
Okay. All right, Shucks. Go ahead, El Normal.
Yeah. So just a couple things. Yes, there's a loss of human life here. When we attack the worst terror state in the world, Iran, as I mentioned, over 1 million dead. So people just seem to ignore that, including the black Arabs of Yemen, 350,000, the Sunni Arabs of Syria, 650,000. They've occupied Hezbollah. They've occupied Lebanon with the terror group Hezbollah. So, but I didn't mean to diminish the necessity to attack Iran that the world agrees on. When I say we played them, I mean something very specific. Israel was able to, with minimal civilian damage, pinpoint target all of the generals and scientists in Iran. And they did this to decapitate Iran's ability to develop a nuclear weapon. They thought, this is how we played them, they thought that we would never do that since another negotiation was scheduled. And they ignored the deadline, which was the 60 days. And so all of these generals were still in their bases or in their homes. They weren't hiding underground the way they would have if they had expected the attack from Israel. It's called 4D chess. We told them that they had 60 days, and they ignored the deadline, as they have so many times before. Because Iran isn't honest in their negotiations, and no matter what they say, they just keep developing this nuclear weapon. As I say, the Security Council is being called with a resolution which is very different than a General Assembly. A General Assembly is just a bunch of countries expressing their opinion. A Security Council resolution is binding, and that draft resolution has already been made by the IAEA that Iran was racing to escalate, and that's a quote, not the racing part, but the escalation to get a nuclear weapon. So that's what I meant. And by the way, we've had some 5 prime ministers in the past 20 years in Israel, democratically elected. It's a parliamentary democracy, so it's the opposite of a tyrant.
Okay,
Israel's not always like
Katrina and Wednesday were flashing their mics to respond, but just to clarify, one thing here is that the U.S.'s official statement through Tulsi Gabbard, I posted a link in the chat and said, this is just as of March 27th of this year, a couple months ago, she's the director of national intelligence for U.S. Tulsi Gabbard says Iran not believed to building a nuclear weapon. This is Newsweek. Tulsi Gabbard. Please, do not interrupt. Come on. So Tulsi Gabbard, according to Newsweek, says Iran not believed to be developing and building a nuclear weapon. She's the director of national intelligence for America. This is a few weeks ago, back in March. Now, and that's what Wednesday said it. These were ongoing negotiations. Forget the 60 days. The U.S., in good faith, we're assuming, right, or we should assume, but many, this is another story, I wanted to negotiate with Iran and continue negotiations, and Iran did as well. Wednesday pointed out that there was meetings, Camp David and whatnot, and this is ongoing. This meeting was supposed to happen today. Israel seems they did not like that there may be potentially a deal being struck, and they decided to attack. But go ahead, Katrina, and then I think you were on blinking your mic.
No, you are not speaking again. Stop it. Now listen. Listen here, little Halash or Hanash or Hanish or whatever your name is. First of all, if it was their daggone equipment, they wouldn't need us to help them. So you don't even know what you're talking about. So I don't even. You need to just take a chill pill in this daggone chat, Hanishi, before you take a flight. Go ahead, Katrina.
Yeah, the Security Council, it's interesting that you see us folks particular about this previous speaker spoke in particular about the Security Council. Let's not forget the five major players in the Security Council, the permanent members. 2 of them are Russia and China, who are actually backing Iran. Yesterday, it was actually played in one of the rooms. Russia spoke first during the Security Council, and they basically, pretty much said that, they're taking Iran's side and everything else. But here's the thing. I mean, to sit there and say Security Council and make it sound like it's such a great organization and like it's so fair, where Russia and China has vetoed so many times, so many things. Like, come on. It's a political game. But either way, here's the thing. I don't think anybody on this stage, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think anybody on this stage is saying that Iran is like an awesome country and like everybody approves their regime and their leaders and everything else. I think everybody understands and everybody agrees that it's a really shitty regime, right? People have tried to overthrow the dictators that they have. And I think we can all agree that United States has meddled in other countries, sometimes with really good intentions, but they fucked up, right? We seem to constantly do this. When we talk about Iraq, when the Soviets went into Iraq, we were backing Iraqis who were fighting against the Soviets, and then those that we backed end up going after us. It bit us in the ass. And, we literally, United States, have done some shady shit. We have. And I think if we're going to talk about, responsibility and everything, I think we should, as a country and as citizens of this country, learn our lessons, right? Then the fact that I don't think anybody's arguing, particularly me, I'm not arguing that, the dictatorship and the leadership is not, is great and Iran is war. And the fact is, can you fix and have negotiations without actually physically going into a war, right? That's why we started, economically expanding and everything else, because it is easier to have an economic advantage than actually going and killing each other and physically starting wars. So it's the whole argument is the way it is being approached, the way it is being handled is pretty much putting the United States at risk of now have to step in and possibly start another war in the Middle East. And as far as I understand, majority of Americans are fucking tired of American soldiers being in a war in the Middle East. We have fucked up. We have contributed a lot to instability in the Middle East. And that's it. Like, I don't, it's not that hard, really.
I'd like to jump in if I can at some point.
I think Wednesday was supposed to say something.
Can I get in there too?
Go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah, so, I just don't like, we can't simplify this thing. It's not so black and white. It's not just so simple as that. If you look, I've done quite a bit of research on this, and just today, I could post a link, and it's not on some article, it's Grok 3, and you can go back, the Iranians started their nuclear program in the 1950s. Originally, it was probably to pursue, peaceful purposes to energy, but after they were, overthrown, the Iranian government in the 1970s by the mullahs, that's when even the American, the Western government stopped helping these people. In the 1990s, they were, so if you look here, just in 1990, Iran acquired centrifuge technology for uranium enrichment through illicit networks, including tied with Pakistan, North Korea. Facilities like Natanz and Iraq were developed. Iraq pursued a covert nuclear weapons program known as the AMAT program, a plan aimed at producing 5 nuclear weapons. This program was reportedly suspended in 2003, though concern about undeclared activities persisted. 2002 to 2015, international scrutiny and sanctions. We can keep on going here where, the Iranians have been pursuing a nuclear weapon. And I'm sorry, I don't want them having a nuclear weapon. Now, we can laugh about it and stuff, and I've heard this talk about how, they've been saying Iran's been has been weeks away from a nuclear weapon for 20 years. Well, they've been saying that shit about North Korea, and guess what? They finally have a nuclear weapon. And the leverage, is gone there. And I think that the Iranians have proved, though we're not perfect, yes, but the Iranians have proved that they're not really morally, responsible enough to have a nuclear weapon. They might actually use this thing against these people. In Israel, no matter what view you have as a human, they're far too small to sustain even one nuclear bomb. This is some serious stuff here, and they have declared their intention to wipe Israel off the map. So I know you don't care, but the rest of the world does, and we have a responsibility. I'm sorry, man, you're just some person on Clubhouse. Okay, so I don't think the Jews care what you think about that.
Let's keep it.
Well, okay, all right, you're right, but I'm just saying, for her to jump in and say she doesn't care, that's quite selfish. Okay, I think what Israel's doing, if I can finish really quickly, what Israel's doing is honestly, they're doing us a favor. It's 10 years too late, in my opinion. Okay, and something has to be done. And I'm so glad Israel is doing the dirty work.
Okay, Doctor, let me just ask you a question just based off of what you just said, and then we'll go to the next speaker. You said that they are small and they can't sustain a nuclear, hit, right?
Israel's quite small, and I think that's a known fact, right? You can fly over with a jet one way in 3 minutes and one way in 3 minutes.
Is that what you said? I'm asking to clarify. I want to make sure.
Yeah, it's a small country that no one should be attacking anyone with nuclear weapons, and I think Iran would.
Okay, but sir, I just asked you.
I mean, for God's sakes.
Maybe they think I'm attacking everybody. How long? So, wait, hey! Listen! Y'all don't want to piss me off. I promise you. You don't. I'm trying to be real nice. But y'all keep pushing my buttons. I'm not the one. It's my birthday. Y'all better calm the
It's
fuck down.
lady's birthday. Don't piss her off. Lady's birthday. Everybody happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Okay, so, anyway, what I'm trying to say, doctor, is if in fact you don't want to be nuked, then why you keep poking the bear? Like, why didn't he just go back to Trump and be like, look, they didn't sign it, what we gonna do? Trump would have told him, I'm gonna talk to them on Sunday, chill out, chill back, and we're gonna.
Talking doesn't work with some people, right? But let's be realistic. Are we afraid with net truths in this day and age?
Why are you talking over her, Wise? Do you have a problem? Is it something?
I'm sorry. I thought she was finished, and I was just trying to add some sense here.
Something's wrong.
I'm sorry.
That you don't know how to stay on mute.
It's not sensible to poke the bear based off of what you're saying. It's small. If these people do have a nuke and then you piss them off, then what makes you think that they won't respond with their nuke? That don't make sense. And then
You stop them.
Sometimes talking doesn't work. So if talking doesn't work, then you're saying, okay, well, go ahead and hit me back. And if they hit you back and then everybody is hurt, that don't make sense. Y'all gotta get out of this caveman mentality. Okay? We've learned from our past. We've seen what has happened. World War I, World War II. The reason why we haven't had World War III is because of the fact I believe that people have learned from the past. But no, we want to keep on playing around with it.
Do you mind if I respond to that?
No, I do mind. It's Wednesday's turn. Go ahead.
What are you talking about? I mean, Iranian people.
Hey, to those that just came in the room, right?
Maddie, are you talking, Maddie?
Okay.
I mean, Wednesday, are you talking? No.
I'm Iranian.
Yes, man.
I don't. Yeah, well,
Question.
you don't know how to sit down and reach your turn. So you can have a seat in the cool. Don't play with me. I'm not to be played with. I'm really not. Now, if y'all want me to start acting a fool up here, I can definitely start acting a fool. I understand that this is a very sensitive conversation, and people cannot have this conversation if they're going to be emotional about it. So I need people to take their emotions out and start thinking with your brains. It doesn't make sense to start war. It doesn't. It doesn't make sense for us to get the fight. Listen, you can give me all the stats. There's 600,000 people here, 600,000 people there, 300,000 people here, 400,000 people there. And guess what? We can go back and forth with how many people have killed who. But what does
First lady, you can live this kumbaya lifestyle, but that's not the realities of the world.
Oh, okay. All right. See you later. Have a good day. Don't bring him back up either, because I don't play that.
Can I jump in at some point? I think it was.
I'm trying to. Is Wednesday going or no?
I'm here, yeah.
And can I be in this?
You sitting over there eating Wednesday. That's what it looks
Sorry,
like. You over
I'm
there
sorry. It's lunchtime for me. It's lunchtime for me. Forgive me. But listen, how small can Israel be? Let's put this in perspective. They have done fucked up Lebanon. They have, excuse my French. They have fucked up Syria. They have been throwing missiles at Yemen. How small is Israel really, right? How small are they really? Come on. They have their own nukes. It's like a secret that everybody knows about, right? The Samson option, right? But how small is Israel really? How their lobbying in the United States is so strong that they have both of our political parties. So how small is Israel really? That's what I just wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, so a few points I want to respond to previously was on UNSC resolution. Since apparently we care about UNSC right now, the fact is there UNSC resolution on nuclear weapons against Iran. use its nuclear facilities under the aforementioned IAEA safeguards, which Israel to this day is violating, right? Obviously, we don't care about UNSC resolutions, or Israel would have implemented that one. Other than that, even IDF, it has been fact-checked already multiple times with Tulsi Gabbard's statement, right, on the nuclear program. IAEA, again, another fact-check, IAEA hasn't said that Iran is breaking out into nuclear weapons, right? It has, however, found Iran in violation of the NPT treaty that Israel has refused to sign, right, and is in violation of aforementioned UNSC resolution because of it. The other point would be IDF's own assessment that bombing Iran or starting a war with Iran does not prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. In fact, it probably does the opposite, right? IDF's own assessment is that the enrichment knowledge of nuclear scientists is too spread out in Iranian population, right? Moreover, it is impossible to reach Iranian nuclear program, right, through airstrikes. So unless there is an invasion or a regime change or anything like that, and by invasion I mean boots on the ground, which Israel has no capacity to do on its own, right? Iran's knowledge of nuclear weapons is not going away. The enrichment and the infrastructure of it is also not going away. Again, IDF's own assessment that the best they can do is to increase the breakout time of Iran, and this is their claim, for a few months, right? This has been consistent with U.S. own intelligence assessments that go back to the time of Obama. That's why the decision was made to do the nuclear deal, because there is simply no alternative to diplomacy in this case. And again, launching this reckless operation only increases the chances that Iran will have no other choice but to get a nuclear weapon in order to establish a deterrence, which would be, as a person that doesn't actually want to see Iran having a nuclear weapon, is a horrible development.
So I would like to quickly jump in here. Like, I understand, like, the headline, or, I think it was a poor justification from Israel in terms of, like, them targeting Iran for, like, nuclear weapons. I think that is poor justification, and I think it goes beyond that. And what I mean is that since the whole Gaza and Palestine thing happened, Iran was in full support of those people, right? And I think this is what kind of triggered or ticked off. I mean, the conflict between them has always been there, but I think that when Iran, showed full support for the Palestinian people, and in that whole Gaza situation, I think Israel was like, "Yeah, we're not having that." And there may be some type of connection between the Palestine and Iranians. I don't know. I haven't I didn't take a deep dive, and I try to approach this in the most unbiased way because I'm not in full support of either of those countries. But I do judge them by the actions, and I think that when Israel attacked Iran, I think that was very stupid. But at the very same time, I wonder, like, what made them grow such big balls and do this in front of the world? And I think that it boils down to also the current president that's in office right now. I think on terms of diplomacy, I think, like, Donald Trump isn't 100% there on terms of trying to mitigate what's going on in the world, because also Russia and China, and somebody spoke to this earlier, they also are allies of Iran. So shit can really go south really fast. It just depends on how diplomatic we are, and how we approach this on trying to find a solution for everyone. Because for me, I think that the end is like the conclusion can tell in terms of just like the big three, China, Russia, and America. But I don't know. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, guys, I have a statement real quick. I think one of the things that we haven't thought about is this attack, and this is a direct source, right? What you guys have to realize is when you begin to attack nuclear facilities, you risk contamination. You risk interference with the mechanisms that control it. So I'm reading a statement today from the IAE, IAEA, right? And the statement follows: the level of radioactivity outside the Natanz site has remained unchanged and at normal levels during, indicating no external radiological impact to the population or the environment. However, due to the impacts, there is radiological and chemical contamination inside facilities, in the facilities in that Natanz, right? And check this out. At present, okay, here we go. All of these developments are deeply concerning. I have repeatedly stated that nuclear facilities must never be attacked, regardless of the context or circumstances, as it could harm both people and the environment. Such attacks have serious implications for nuclear safety, security, and safeguards, as well as regional and international peace and security. You don't just haphazardly attack somebody's nuclear facility, ladies and gentlemen. That's the point of it. There are other things that can happen.
Thank you, Robert. And then, go ahead, Fayez, if you're waiting to speak, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. If Israel had not attacked Iran, we probably could have had a deal today between the US and Iran, because Trump had said, a couple of times that on Sunday we are going to have the final negotiation, and he's kind of, displayed hope that there was going to be a deal on Sunday. Maybe there wouldn't have been a deal, the negotiations could have failed, but Israel did not want to wait for the day, because they did not want peace to prevail in that region, because if peace prevails in that region, Netanyahu loses and Israel loses billions of US dollars that they keep getting. This is the point. And Israel will keep attacking all its neighbors as long as Israeli taxpayers do not fund it. It's the American taxpayers who fund it. So Israel has no compulsion in going to war. They will continue to do it. And for your information, for everybody's information, according to Center for Regional Organization for Foreign Affairs, Center for Foreign Affairs, a non-partisan think tank, between 1947 and up until now, US has spent $400 billion in arms support to Israel, and none of that money is coming back to the US. Now, in 2003, just to give you a background, in 2003, because of the negotiations, Tehran stopped developing the nuclear weapons, and as Philip pointed out a little earlier, Tulsi Gabbard certified in March of 2025, that is this year, that Iran is still sticking to that promise. They have not breached that promise. There is no development of nuclear weapons since 2003, even though they have the capability. Now, having a capability is totally different than having a nuclear weapon, nuclear bomb. Iran did not develop it after 2003. And this has been confirmed by the Director of Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. So why would Israel go and bomb a country and risk everybody in that region? Every country is now facing a problem, and the whole world is now in turmoil. Oil prices are going up, gold prices are going up, ships are being diverted in the seas, and so on and so forth. So get rid of this guy called Netanyahu from that place along with his cabinet. Become humans. Stop, annexing the lands nearby you. All the Israelis, you got to do this. You stop doing that, and I request American taxpayers, stop funding Israel for the wars that the minute Israel has to spend money from its own pocket, it will not go to war anywhere. Let the Israeli taxpayers shoulder that burden of funding their wars. Why American taxpayers should do that? The minute you do that, Israel will come to its senses and it will stop its expansionist moves.
Well, it's ironic that this gentleman used the same genocidal language of calling Israelis not human that the most genocidal terror sponsor on the planet, Iran, uses against Israel, and by the way, against Sunni Arabs, and by the way, against the Black Arabs of Yemen, and by the way, against the United States. Now, Israel already... I agree. Hang on, I'm almost done. Israel has already experienced its Pearl Harbor, sponsored by Iran, trained by Iran. October 7th was our Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor got the United States into a war with another genocidal power called Japan that was wiping out all of the Asian people. October 7th was Israel's Pearl Harbor, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. This was all directed by Iran. Iran continued to attack American... Sure. Iran has attacked America 170 times in the past 18 months, as well as the rest of the world by the Houthis. So this is why the world is united against Israel to respond to the International Atomic Energy Commission's summation on June 9th, a few days ago, that Iran is racing towards a nuclear weapon, and we intend to stop it. This is why the United States is behind Israel in this attack.
Okay, can I respond to that?
He's just a liar.
No, everything I said...
I can fact check. The agency hasn't said
It's
it.
not.
Hold on. I feel like if we, Mont, and help me out here. I feel like if we're gonna keep responding directly to him, then this conversation is gonna stay on tomorrow. But I was, gonna ask something else. I know that United States, if Trump pulled out of, the JCPOA, and I feel like that was working. But there was, I just looked it up, but there was other countries and parties that were part of that agreement. My question is, are those countries continuing doing the inspections and everything else? Is it just the United States that left and is not doing, inspections? Or
Inspectors are there.
okay, so
IA
France,
inspectors are there.
so France, the United Kingdom, China, Russia, plus Germany, and the European Union. Those were the other who were part of this agreement, and they were supposed to supervise and inspect their nuclear facilities. Is that still going on?
Yes, it is still going on. There are European inspectors right now in Iran, even as we speak.
Okay, so United States pulled out, and we have tons of European inspectors and other countries in there, right? They have access, and they can check and everything else. Okay, we don't trust Russia, but the European Union, Germany, France, I think we can trust their inspectors, right? So has they came out and said, hey, we have inspected it, and yes, there are, a month away from having a nuclear bomb.
Yes, on July 9th, they did exactly that. Read the report
No,
from
they
July 9th.
Who?
Yes,
You're lying.
let's go through it
You're
together.
lying.
Give me a link.
No, ma'am,
Okay,
let's
give me a
go
link.
through it together.
Give me a
July
link.
9th. Happy
Give
to.
me a link.
Happy to. I put it in the chat before, in fact. And there's a bunch of
What
articles
is that?
about
What is that?
it.
No, I want
Yeah, me too.
a
Happy to.
report from GCPOA.
Not GCPOA, the
No, I want
International
a
Atomic
report from
Energy
the
Commission.
GCPOA because the other countries
The GCPOA is over.
United
It's not
States
over.
pulled out from it. The other countries didn't.
There is no more JCPOA.
Can I?
This is, can,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. So GCPOA is not over. Other countries haven't left it. Iran itself hasn't left it, right? under GCPOA, the agency that performs the inspections is IAEA, right? And under the NPT treaty that Iran has signed. Now, it is correct that IAEA has found recently Iran in violation of its obligations. Now, that is a different thing to saying that IAEA found Iran dashing towards a nuclear weapon. Those are two different statements. The first one is correct. The second one is incorrect.
They use the word
I'm
escalation.
still speaking.
It says escalation.
I'm still speaking.
I know you're
Normal.
speaking.
Stop. We're normal.
Okay. So the report is publicly accessible. It is covered by the media, etc. Right. What the report has found that they have found unregistered human-made radioactive particles. Because those are undeclared, it is a violation of obligations of Iran. That's what the violation is. The IAEA has never claimed that Iran is dashing towards nuclear weapons.
Well, you're playing games with words now. What they use is a dangerous escalation, sir. Do you deny that?
They also call dangerous escalation.
Do you deny it, sir? Yes, hang on. No, don't change the subject. Do you deny that it causes a dangerous escalation? I call it a
I agree.
report.
It is.
Okay.
I agree. It's a
Dangerous escalation. Thank you.
Sure, I agree.
Thank you.
That still doesn't mean they're dashing towards a nuclear weapon.
Okay, what does a dangerous escalation mean to you?
Dangerous escalation means dangerous escalation. It is
I see.
violation. I'm sorry. Are you?
Well, does he want to play this mental games?
Well, no. Since you want to play a conventional game, at least Iran had people to at least be able to observe if they have nuclear weapons. Can we at least say the same for Israel? Israel has not done it. Still seen their nuclear weapon and arsenal.
In violation of UNSC agreement,
Thank
right?
you.
Which would be
Wait a second. That's another lie. That's
That's
another lie. You're getting caught in a lot of...
No, nobody's getting caught in lies. You are.
But that's not right. It is.
UNSC urging on Israel to implement inspections by IAEA, which Israel is in violation of that UNSC.
That's another lie.
Mark, shut up.
Oh, yeah.
We let you.
Resolution 287. Anybody can look at it?
I did just look it up. That's not
Sorry,
a lie.
487.
You didn't just look it up. You just said it right now.
I just looked it up. No, I literally said it earlier, too.
Tell us what the resolution says.
I'm delighted that you say that. That resolution, do you know what year it was, by the way?
Post it in the chat.
81.
Yeah. Huh?
Post
Very
it in the
good.
chat so we
That
can all see it.
resolution, hang on, I'm talking right now.
Post it in the
I
chat so we
posted
can
the
all read
previous
it
one.
together.
I posted the IAEA thing.
Yeah, but we don't need a summary. We don't need a summary from you. We all can read. We all
Yes,
can
so
read.
look it up and read it. I posted it in the chat.
All right? So then be
Okay,
quiet.
so let me conduct, no, they asked me a question. In 1981, Israel struck Iraq's nuclear program, and the Security Council condemned that. As you can see, it's a very good thing that Israel acts to protect the world by preventing terror states like Iraq, like Iran,
Really?
like Syria.
Well,
You're interrupting, ma'am.
Disagreed that
You're interrupting, ma'am.
condemned.
You're interrupting. I thought you didn't interrupt, Philip. Israel has defended the world by making terror states like Iraq and Iran and Syria not develop nuclear weapons. And that's what that resolution was about. They never made a standalone resolution again. Excuse me. So the lie...
Protect the world.
Huh? Yes, protect the world from a nuclear power in Iraq.
I can read to protect the world from Israel, who has nuclear weapons, and no one is able to get nuclear weapons.
Unlike Iran, hang on, let me respond to the last comment. Unlike Iraq and Iran, Israel has never threatened the world with nuclear weapons.
Is there weapons of mass destruction
question didn't
You're
wrap.
gonna have to be sent down if you keep interrupting me.
You know,
Please take my
Well,
question.
thank you for
You're not the mod.
Wait, thank you for admitting the fact that Israel has nuclear weapons. Thank you so much for admitting the fact. Now,
I never
you
admitted
on
the
the
fact.
fact,
Israel's
now
never
you
admitted
acknowledge
the
the
fact.
fact that Israel has nuclear
They have
weapons.
nuclear
Why are
weapons.
you guys not allowing us, or the only the United States to be able to observe it, and not the actual Security Council?
Well, do you trust your country?
Yes, I
Okay, great. I
trust my
do too.
country, and my
Wonderful.
country says that you clearly have nuclear weapons, or at least nuclear
And
arsenals, preparated enough to be able to at least be effective.
So, to continue,
So what
as
is-
I reported earlier, stop interrupting.
What else
As
is
I
the
reported
resolution?
earlier, the president of Iran came to the United States, and I gave you the date, and said, we will envelop you, the big Satan, in a ball of fire. And we will envelop Israel, the little Satan, in a ball of fire. They told us what they were going to do. I
When was
believe them.
this?
I know.
When was this? When was this?
That was September 22nd, and I gave the
This
date
is
up before.
helping. That's
Yeah.
not.
I did, yeah, okay. So it's not just
Okay, can I chime in here, please? Can I chime in here?
Who's next?
Can I chime in here?
Is that okay?
Why don't we hear from somebody here?
I was accused of lying.
It's new speakers. No, normal or mod?
Who's speaking?
Is it normal or
He
mod?
has an imaginary, excuse me. It is Father's Day, and Alamo has an imaginary badge. Everybody put your imagination into play on this wonderful Sunday.
It's a virtual badge. It's a virtual
I
badge.
don't, an imaginary virtual badge, okay. Anyway, happy Father's Day, everybody.
Thank you, and happy birthday to you.
Thank you, I appreciate you. So yeah, we want to hear from some new people. Big Drizzle, want to see you flashing your mic. Doc Aaron is flashing his mic. Big Drizzle, you are new to Clubhouse, not sure. And then Fayaz, is that how you say your name? Fayaz?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, great. I'm good at this sometimes. All right.
No, we just heard from Fayaz. He's not a new voice.
I know. I was just saying hi to him.
Oh,
Can I do that?
I know Norman is not there.
Listen, you gotta
Yeah,
stop
Fayaz.
this imaginary badge, man. All right. Big Drizzle. Big Drizzle.
Yes, hello. Good morning and happy
Oh,
birthday,
that's
young
Big
lady.
Drizzle. All right, Big Drizzle.
Hi, Rob.
Yes.
Don't call him out.
Oh my God.
A new alias.
Yes, I'm single now, so it's Big Drizzle, you know.
Okay, go ahead.
Alrighty. Thanks.
It's Gemini season. Yes, first of all, good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Happy Father's Day. I gotta say this, and I gotta go have I'm still breakfast with my dad.
Fuck all Israel. Fuck Israel. Fuck Israel. Fuck Israel. Fuck Israel. Fuck Israel. Fuck Israel.
Come on, Big Drizzle.
I like his opinion.
Nice Wednesday.
I believe in his opinion.
Be nice.
Hey,
Big Drizzle.
yeah. All I gotta say is, talk to your House representative, because my House representative has always called for regime change. Netanyahu is a genocidal, homicidal maniac who needs to be tried on war crimes. He even has corruption in his own country, which his own people don't even like him. He's been in power far too long. We talk about
18 years.
Yeah, exactly. We talk about dictatorship in other countries. There's no reason why he should be there. And not only that, one thing we're missing here is, I think it's inhumane sending 19-year-olds off to war every year and fight every year. Nobody talks about that. You know, that's how far they go off the map. Like, yeah, they talk about defending their country, but why? Just defend your country and going to war. We're drafting people and going to war. So there needs to be a regime change. Defund Israel. Please talk to our House representatives to defund Israel. Other than that, I hope y'all have a wonderful day. It's good to be back here. Shout out to everybody.
Is that Big Rob?
It is, bro. What's the
Wait
fuck
a
is
minute,
that?
you're not supposed to give up his new name. What's wrong with y'all?
Hey, agent, is that you? Wait, who's that?
Yeah, that's agent. That agent.
You don't know me. You know me.
Oh, what's up, bro? How you doing, bro? How you doing? Agent, listen, bro. Listen, agent, check this out. Since I'm single now, my new name is Big Bow Cat. You know what I'm saying? So hey, man.
Okay, all right. Good night. Go lay down.
Yeah, have a nice day.
Thank you, babe. Good to hear you. Good to hear your voice. All right, I'm going over to Doc Aaron. And Doc Aaron, before you speak, I just want to say, listen, y'all. I try to be a very peaceful person. Yes, I might use profanity from, every now and then. And it's only because of the fact that you guys make me. Okay, I'm gonna blame it on you guys. You guys are like the devil, and you make me do it. So I'm just saying, all this hate that's going on in the chat, I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Hate only gets greater when you actually spew it. It doesn't help the situation. So when people come up here saying F this, F that, F this, I understand that there's a lot of hurt, there's a lot of lives being lost. But if we don't find a way to overcome that hate, more lives are going to be lost. We're not going to move forward until we stop the hate. I'm sorry, we're just not. We're not. So go ahead, Doc Karen. One mic on you.
No, thank you there. And Big Drizzle, it's good to hear from another progressive again. Hope you have been well. But going a little bit more, zooming out a little bit, the real unfortunate thing about this is that this was not done in self-defense, point blank. What happens globally when that sort of thing happens is the threshold upon which other countries may no, I don't know. Shut up. Let me finish talking, please.
No, don't continue
Can I? Is this guy gonna? Anyway, the problem is that other countries are now given, I guess, permission or the threshold upon which similar actions can be done against other countries begins to come down, right? Other countries can be seen as having a similar justification that Israel has had, ostensibly, in performing massive strikes, bombing, aggressive behavior against other countries who have not directly attacked it from itself and is able to go and perform a drastically asymmetric response against anything any belligerence that has happened to it before. So for me, the real danger here is not so much that this is going to become a world war, but more so in that we may see more. Come on, man. Anyway, what we may see is more wars happen globally because the threshold upon which other countries can go and begin to do the same of attacks
and shut
is
that up.
It's everybody here. Right, can now be adopted by other countries. That is the real danger here. This is the primary reason why, and I'll end soon. This is the primary reason why a number of folks knew that Russia was never going to send a nuclear bomb over to Ukraine because it did not want to be responsible for the ramifications after that, because the world actually really likes mutually assured destruction. It ensures that we all get to go and have global trade, for example. The real danger here probably is that if Iran goes and shuts down the Strait of Hormuz, which for those who don't know is responsible for trafficking about 20% of the world's oil daily, that may spring us into a global recession. I don't know. Philip probably knows a little bit more about the math than I do there. But that is probably the greatest.
died in some unknown village. Fighting for Tamika's. Muslim women. Lots of alternative. But today, I have 2 rainbow men. Moving into 2-bed, 1-bath for $6,000. I'm headed to the gym. Then the boat. I'm not complaining. Happy Father's Day. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. I'm alive, probably thankful I could have died in some unknown village in Afghanistan, fighting for Tamika's Bronze Star and rebuild, provide education for Muslim women. Lots of alternative realities. But today I have 2 faggot men moving into 2-bedroom, 1-bath below for $6,000. I'm headed to the gym and then the boat. I'm not complaining. Happy Father's Day.
So Charlie, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. So as I said, you still there? Yeah, hold on. The event was planned last year on this same day for the 200. No, it wasn't. So you're saying you know more than Army generals because I bid on the contract. So you're saying that I've bid on a fictitious contract that was issued under the Joe Biden administration. Great. Hey, send me your name and details. I'll have one of the generals contact you.
Well,
Send me a
I don't
post
know
in the chat.
information that's available publicly. If you have some kind of
Okay, so you know.
work in the government,
So you know
share it.
more. Okay, got it. So you know more. Got it. I just you're more than all these
things without evidence, King Nod. That's absurd.
yeah,
I
and you don't have evidence.
worked for Donald Trump, and he just told me that he wanted to do it on his birthday. That's basically what you told me.
No, that's not what I said.
You claim that you have some insider knowledge that's not available publicly. We should all trust you.
I said that. I said if you want,
Okay, well, then share your link.
I'll have someone contact you and give you the details.
I just read your source.
That's my source.
I'll correct myself.
That's my source.
So you're fully wrong. Nobody said
So you're saying that you know more than generals. Got it. I understand.
Give a general call me then.
That's what I said. Provide your details.
You actually
Provide your details in the chat.
you bid on the contract, right? And you said or something along those lines.
I've been on the contract. I lost it. I have a record of my loss for it. Now, hold on, Matt.
That's my point.
I want to be clear. On one thing. Where Jarl is correct is, and so this is the nuance on it that people don't care about because they just hate Trump. So the clarity on this is, yes, there was a plan for the same day to do a 250th anniversary celebration for the United States Army. Money was appropriated in the last budget. Okay, that's actually public record. That is available. However, when Trump came in, he said we want to make it bigger and grander. He put the Trump effect. Now he didn't write to celebrate my birthday because that's not in any official document. But he appropriated money that actually he doesn't have, that we don't have, and he appropriated almost, I would say, about 60 million more. And so obviously the argument is, well, he put all this money, because he wanted to celebrate his birthday. I mean, that's just, somebody saying that, but he did put in more money than was actually appropriated, which probably is not the way it should be done. And it's also weird because the contracting process for the additional support didn't follow the normal thing, just like the company that won, which is Lockheed Martin, basically just got like an up in their firm fixed price contract, which is kind of bizarre, because usually that doesn't happen. But anyway, the fact is that
changed it anytime he wanted. He chose not to. That's fair. I mean, it's not like he didn't know it was on his birthday. And at the same time, hey, he wanted to go big. He said that it was planned, or very minutely, and overspending money. We'll see, when it comes to when the audit comes later this year on all of the funds and what they spent and how much, they're actually in debt to White House from events like this, then we'll see.
So can I ask you a question? Do you think that if it had not been on his birthday, there had been more people there instead of protesting against him?
I don't know. I do know this. I'm talking about the money aspect. He appropriated a ton of money for this. The claim is he did it because it's his birthday, but he's also trying to appropriate a ton of money for the 250th anniversary next year, July 4th, more than what was appropriated before that. I won that contract, so I'm doing some of the legit. Well, I'm one of the companies doing logistics support on that, but but he wants to double the amount of money spent on it. That's absolutely ludicrous. I hope he goes through the right congressional process to get that funding, and he doesn't just spend it. But again, that's not on his birthday next year. It's July 4th. So all I'm saying is that, I think he just wants to go big and wants to go elaborate and wants to say, hey, I want to go golden toilet, which he could say is a bad thing or a good thing or whatever. But it's a fair argument. But to say that, it was only because it was his birthday is incorrect. And that's why the date was chosen. That's why the date was kept. Maybe that's a fair point. But to think that Joe Biden would choose Donald Trump's birthday as a day to do it just doesn't make sense.
Happy birthday, Uncle Donnie, and happy Father's Day.
Oh yeah, happy Father's Day to all the fathers.
Naveen is a husband.
Well, my father, yes.
Yo, I got so many fucking happy Father's Day fucking text messages. I literally just looked. Because like anybody that knows me, I do not check my text messages. So it's like, if you want to get a hold of me, just call me. But yeah, no, man, it's crazy. 2 of my exes wished me happy Father's Day. It's like, wait a minute. Didn't one of you cheat on me and have a baby and have been over our relationship? Like, this is crazy.
That is wild. That's crazy. You got text messages from your ex. By the way, how does that work with same-sex couples? Is like one of them the father? Like, what's going on around here? Just throwing that out there.
Well, we should. Joe would know about that. Come on, he's the expert. Well, we should respond to it.
John said, respect my maple syrup and my Canadian pronouns.
I'm assuming everyone does whatever they want. I have no idea.
We should respond the way Tim Walz responded when asked, what is a woman? I'm not sure I understand the question.
I mean, did you see her freak out there, though? Like, she had, like, a full-on tantrum when he said that. Like, I don't know how you could possibly watch that.
No, she
didn't. Was stupider than David. She had a full-on, like, meltdown.
No, he said, what do you want me to say? I'll say whatever you want me to say. And she said, I want it.
Naveen, listen. I'm the product, okay? I'm the product from a mother, okay, that came from the 70s, okay? I'm telling you right now, the second that menopause starts to set in to this generation of the what is a woman crowd, they're going to remember what the fuck a woman is, okay? They're going to be sitting there in front of the freezer having hot flashes, and they're going to remember what the fuck a woman is.
Do you know what Trump said a woman is? Do you guys know why? Like, because Trump answered that question basically like a leftist would, and I don't see you guys freaking out over that.
Why do you care? Why do you care, Joe? Why do you care?
But what
You're fucking Canadian. You will never be a state. You will never be a state. Ever.
But when Trump says it, you're like, oh, he's so great. He's such a great gentleman.
You're fucking Canadian.
Wait, what did Trump say? Hold on, guys. What did Trump say exactly, Gerald? Like, I didn't.
Yeah, when they asked Trump, he said women are smarter than men, which is a very feminist thing to say. Then he said women are someone who can have children sometimes. So basically admitting that you don't have to be able to have a child to be a woman. That was his entire definition. He didn't really have it. His definition was essentially to feel like a woman. You're a
How
woman.
else are you having a baby, Charles? How else are you having a baby? Are you going to impregnate a baby?
Older women,
What
no.
the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, Adam, ask him for a source.
Yeah, sure, I'll give you the source if you really want.
He'll provide you an article. He'll provide you an article that someone else wrote, but he'll provide an actual video where Trump actually said this. What he'll do is, because everything Trump said on Truth Social or in a video with an interview of something he said somewhere. But that's the game, Adams. You know that, right?
I shared the video in the chat.
What's the game?
He's a Canadian cock. Like that's exactly what you
I
did.
love how you got so upset at what I said. There's the video. He said I didn't exaggerate it. I didn't transform his words. In fact, I probably undersold it.
They left, Joe.
It's a very
Joe, they left. Joe,
It
they
sounds
left.
like something Waltz would say.
Joe, they left. They left.
I don't know what they're talking about.
The people who give a fuck about what you're talking about, they left. Okay, so at the end of the day, this is our president. We don't give a fuck about what your syrup sipping, taint eating Canadian ass has to say about this. Don't worry about Rocky Bullwinkle and the Canadian
Adams,
Don't be worried about Trump.
Hold on, provide a link. You don't need to even watch the video because there's captions on it. Notice how he gaslit. He said his exact words were, Trump said, women are better than men, and that he said that women have the. He said all this stuff, right? It's different than when Trump said, and Trump started laughing and turned and looked at me, right? Right? I would think some of you are better, right? And he turns and points up. So he wasn't giving an answer in a way of, hey, let me answer this question and tell you exactly what I think. Let me try to appease the crowd and answer the question. That's not what Governor Waltz was doing. Governor Waltz was answering a question under oath, being asked a question. So, this is what's called gaslighting. And this is what Jaws was doing. But take the video, watch it. Some of the things Jaws said is kind of in there, but it's exactly quoted properly. No, hold on. I'll read it for everyone, okay? I'll read it for everyone, so you guys get it, okay? So someone asked, what is a woman, right? And why is it important that we understand the difference between men and women? And Trump, right, well, it's sort of easy to answer for me because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances. He said, person that can have a baby and sometimes not. That's what he said. A quality of a woman is someone who's much smarter than a man. He starts laughing and says, right? And he says, a woman is somebody who doesn't even give a man a chance of success. And a woman is a person who case have been treated very badly. What happens is this, it's crazy, this issue of men being able to play in women's sports, just ridiculous, unfair to women, very demeaning to women. Wait, hold on a second, how come you didn't mention that, Charles? Joel, you didn't quote it properly. Oh, okay, that's right, because you were gaslighting the room. Got it, I understand now, okay, so he said, said that a man can never play in women's sports. Oh, so you gaslit just now us, and then when you asked to provide a source, it actually didn't say what you thought it was. You said his answer was worse, but he actually directly said that.
Bullshit. This is the Canadian bullshit.
A lot of Canadian bullshit.
This is why I have Canadian fatigue.
You guys, in case you didn't know, Jarl gets next, so you're gonna have to.
Ooh.
We know this. We know this, Al. We definitely know this. Listen to his Canadian self.
I would like to point direction to my PTR. You can see Michelle Obama clearly is a man, and that is not a real family. It's an artificial construct. It's fucking obvious. You see the daughters? Those are real women, and those are not Michelle's children, and they are not Barry's children. This is the truth. We live in clown world. Jarl is a victim of clown world. Let's have compassion on these victims.
You know who I think is the real mother of the Obama girls? I think it's Superhit. Y'all don't remember Corrine Steffens, Diaries of a Video Vixen? Yes, I think it's Corrine Steffens.
My God, Dr. Evans.
No, there's photos of them with the real parents walking around together. They're one big, happy, fucked up trans family.
Are they Somali?
Obama must have been like a CIA George Bush pet project or something. He is literally just a copper-toned George Bush. Look at him.
So comedian, just to be clear, right? So keep in mind, somehow this guy ends up under, or whatever, his father ends up being Mr. Sotero, okay, and moves him to Indonesia at that time. And then somehow from that time he ends up coming to whatever university, Oceania University, which nobody's even heard of today. And he's 2 years there, and he's so good that he's able to get funding to transfer. Not that he get a scholarship, funding to transfer to Harvard. Now, if you ask questions about that, you're racist. So you can't ask questions.
Do not ask questions. I am a pegged Canadian.
How is anyone supposed to speak to you? I feel like
How is anyone supposed to speak to you? I am a pegged Canadian. I know everything. I'm a genius.
and it was incredibly accurate. The fact that Trump goes on for a little bit longer than what I paraphrased, like, I don't understand what you would have expected me to do. Is it like that?
First of all, it's not long.
You never provide sources for anything. You just bullshit out of your ass. And you expect me to quote you word for word on everything.
You claim you had a source. I'm quoting John. Hold on. Let me quote John. Okay, let me quote you. This is John. Man, you should hear what Trump said. I mean, Trump said something worse than Governor Walz. I mean, he was saying that a woman. Yeah, you did. Dude, stop. Matt, you want to mute this guy? You'll mute this guy. I let him speak. And I mean, dude, I'm quoting you. Exactly. So let me requote. Why are you so scared? When you're wrong, you should admit you're wrong and move on. So what you think exact words?
You not expect me to not
know, but your exact words. I'm quoting your exact words. Everyone in this room can say.
No, you're not.
Exact words. No, this is your words. I said. Okay, let me start with what I said. I said.
You're paraphrasing.
No, your exact words were. What Trump said was worse than what Walz said. You got caught now, and you're acting like a little puss.
No, you didn't fucking record it. You're paraphrasing. You're not quoting. You're making the exact mistake.
Okay, so what did you say? Tell me what you said. Tell me what you said.
I couldn't even quote myself perfectly because I wouldn't
Matt,
please look at my PTR. This is what this all comes down to.
So you didn't.
That is too funny.
Don't make a statement. What Walz said. You can't. You said that what Trump said is worse than what Walz said, and Trump at the end of the thing that you provided said, "Oh my God, it's ridiculous that man can play in women's sports." But that's not what you said though. You said what he said is worse than Walz. So he defined a woman as not someone who can play, that a man can play, and that was the right answer.
I said it was a feminist response.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear him say he liked what Trump said?
I said it was a feminist response.
Yes, I heard it. I definitely heard it. I also heard him saying that Canada supports chicks with dicks.
He said it was worse.
I didn't say it was worse. I never used the word worse. You're absolutely wrong. I said it was feminist. In fact, I said it was a good response. That's what allowed.
You didn't say it was a good response.
Trump responded to that question is how a feminist responds to that question.
That's not true.
Exactly.
That's not true. No, that's not what you said.
King, I am baited out. Right?
To conservatives, it's not maybe she can have a baby.
Alright.
You didn't say maybe. That's the point. You're gaslighting. You didn't say maybe.
No, she did.
He said they
You
can have
just
babies.
read it to us. Did you literally
Okay, can I read it again? Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna read it again.
This is something about babies, right?
No, Matt. Let me read it again. The word maybe isn't in there, so this is where he's gaslighting. Okay. But let me play it. He says the exact words out. He said, "What is a woman and why is it important?" He says the difference between a man and a woman. Well, it's sort of easy to answer, Trump, because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances. She can, and she has. That's not maybe. She has the quality of a person who's much smarter than a man. I've always found he starts laughing. You made it seem like he was just saying that he was laughing, and everyone was, and people were laughing. People were laughing. Many places.
You don't understand what under certain circumstances mean. Under certain circumstances, they can have a baby, and they're still a market.
Maybe. You said maybe. Maybe means that maybe they can't have. That means that there's a possibility that someone who's
they can have a baby, and they're still a woman. You fucking idiot. That's literally what it means. Maybe.
That's not what it means.
Under certain circumstances, it means maybe. That's what it fucking means.
You were saying that.
He's triggered. The Canadian is triggered.
Looking at.
How do you not understand that?
You said the word maybe. That's not in there.
Maybe.
Maybe means that there's room for a man
Under certain circumstances,
but circumstances are what? There's also women that aren't capable of having. They're actually biological women, and they have problems where they can't have kids. That's what he's talking. And that's why later he says. Which is why later. Right. So notice how Charles just got himself. See how Charles got himself on to now Matt even. Here's what it is. So now then also he says at the end, which would have been important for Charles to say. He also ends the statement by saying men should never be playing in women's sports, and men cannot play in women's sports.
Yeah, that's
right. Which is the right. No, that's what we're talking about. Did you hear? No. The Scott
defining what is a woman, and now you're gonna say they can't play in men's sports or whatever. He doesn't even define the term. Saying you can or can't have a baby doesn't define what is a woman. It doesn't help you define it whatsoever, in no way, shape, or form. What he said is actually completely void of any meaning at all. Saying a woman is someone who maybe can have, or sometimes can have a baby, and sometimes can't. That means absolutely nothing. That includes every single human being on earth. Every single human being can have a baby under certain circumstances.
And you're still gonna have to get your prostate checked.
Well, Ellie, you're a woman. Go ahead.
I'm a woman and I don't have a prostate. So anybody who has a prostate is a fucking man, okay? Basic biology. And if you transition, guess what? You're still gonna have to get your prostate checked. Thank you.
Oh, so wait. So if someone says a woman is somebody who could, is maybe can have a baby sometimes, would you assume that they're probably saying, hey, that means that a man could possibly be a person, whereas under certain circumstances, I think under certain circumstances is vastly different than saying the word maybe. Correct? Oh, but Jarl seemed to. So Jarl was gaslighting. Now I understand. Thank you.
You always gaslight.
We got it. So we got it. Now you can shut the fuck up, Jarl. Now you can shut the fuck up, Jarl. You were trying to gaslight something and you were proven wrong by your own source, and now you're a child. Now you're a child.
Adult men like to get pegged because he's an adult. All adult men like to get pegged. That's what he said last night. But I pulled the room, and there was nobody else who was like, yeah, I get pegged and I like it. Nobody else, just Jarl.
Only PSYOP would be the other one I can think of, but.
Even he.
Well, that's only if you're MAGA. If you're MAGA, I'm fucking your asshole.
I'm gonna have you grab your fucking ankles. You're gonna lick my boots. I'm gonna fuck your ass.
Well, I gotta loosen your butt first. I gotta loosen your asshole
You
first.
like that shit,
I gotta loosen your white ass up
No,
first,
shit,
man.
your ass. No,
We're the ones turning white boys into trannies.
That shit. You're in
We're turning white boys into trannies.
You're an adult.
We're turning white boys into trannies.
Boy.
We like that white ass.
Grab your ankles.
You got holes in your brain from fentanyl from the cartels. You got holes in your brain from fentanyl. You got holes in your brain from fentanyl, bitch.
Really? You think so?
Yeah.
Niggers have prison.
The cartels are aligned with the CCP. We're gonna rape and murder. Rape and murder is coming soon, Whitey.
Honey, I'm hearing every day.
The CCP and the cartels want to rape and murder MAGA.
Nobody here
The CCP and the cartel want to rape and murder MAGA. Who can help them? More than half of America.
Is this a Raza Mexican? Is this a Raza Mexican
More
speaking?
than half of America.
So this is trying to get back over the border. What's happening?
Back into the streets.
Everybody's aware.
Back into the streets. You guys are fucking pussy. I'm in Texas. You white boys suck your tails here, man. White boys suck your fucking tails. My nigga
got replaced by Venezuelans.
Really? Well, there aren't even enough of Venezuelans, so that's nobody's getting replaced.
He left. He's going back over the border.
He's deported.
You're delusional, man.
You guys are an endangered species.
Any of your friends got deported?
I got 9 kids. White people pay my child support. I'm not rich. I got like 13 fucking kids, man. Whites pay my child support, the working class. We fucking breed like child support, man. Women don't put us on child support. That's why we have a lot of kids. We have women don't put us on child support. They don't put us in fucking military mind games, bitch. We've been killing y'all for years. We rape shop y'all. We sabotage the highways. We look over. There's a white person. There's no man.
You will never be us.
Oh, we're looking at a white person on the highway. You guys suck your fucking tails, man. Suck your fucking tails. More Americans died from COVID than any country. The fucking cartel killed more Americans.
Latino
fatigue. You're endangered.
Latino fatigue.
You're an endangered species. Anglo-Saxons are an endangered species. The fucking blacks are fucking your women. The blacks are fucking your woman, man. The white man doesn't like white women. They don't like the white woman. You're not breeding. You're not having babies. You're not having babies. We put a spell on you fucking white.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Spell.
Mute him.
We put the ultimate spell. We put the ultimate spell on you white motherfuckers. We put the ultimate spell on you motherfuckers.
Hold up. Just mute him.
We're right.
We
put the ultimate spell on you Anglo-Saxons.
We got some breaking news. This is not a Latino. This is a Portuguese.
Take it to the street. You are a porch monkey. You are a porch monkey. You're not Latino. Stop it. Stop letting us play as a Latino. You are a porch monkey. You got a dark murderers. Murder is what we want. Murder, bitch.
This is a bona fide chimpanzee.
Not me. I know how to move it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Mind this beautiful white woman.
They can't get rid of them. I don't know what that is. So weird.
I do this on the daily.
That was the weirdest draw I ever heard.
He's coming back. You're not breeding. You're not having kids.
This is the face of them. This
Put a gay spell on America.
Shut up, you damn porch monkey. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
We're turning white boys into trees. We put a gay spell on you, America. We put a gay spell on America.
Okay. Yeah. And meanwhile, porch monkeys. Meanwhile, porch monkeys like yourself. Meanwhile, porch monkeys like yourself are defending the.
It's too late.
our whole family's listening to this.
This is such a weird thing, guys.
Yeah, porch monkey. This is what these porch monkeys do.
If you want to keep out of the room, here's what you do. Right now, go to his profile, block him, kick him.
White lives splatter. You age too fast. You age fast. Your own man don't want you. No one is dating. You're not breathing. It's not always breathing. We put a gay spell. We put a gay spell on white America. We put a gay spell on white America.
You need Jesus.
It's so weird, you guys.
You can't make this shit
I
up.
have to let it go a little bit. It's just too much. It's just like, is this real?
Yeah, I'm clipping all this and putting it on YouTube.
This guy's like in a prison, just getting a raw disaster now.
Hands on your knees, La Raza.
I'm going to fucking, man. I'm going to fuck.
Wait, why did you just at me?
I'm going to fucking, because I want to fuck, nigga. I want to spit in that ass. I want that white boy pussy, man.
What they like.
I want to turn your asshole into a fucking pussy, man.
That's gay.
You're gay.
Well, we turn whites into fucking, I want that white asshole, man. I hate whites with a passion, though, man. It's a deep-rooted hatred. It's a deep-rooted hatred. It's a deep-rooted hatred, bitch.
He might hate me, but
Hey, listen, man, Latino
fucking group. The cartel. You are not Latino.
This is a horrible role, man.
Fucking white boy.
Hey,
you're a fucking American, you dumbass. I want to put brown dick in your white ass.
Listen, Jennifer Lopez, okay? You are an American.
Put brown
You
dick in your
are
white
an
ass.
American. You are not that person.
America is
You are
sabotaged.
Jennifer Lopez. You're an American.
Sabotage from within, and you're talking shit on the internet. Go outside, pussy. Go outside. I'm in urban Texas.
Wait, I don't think you like women.
I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I'm in urban Texas.
Oh, he's from New York. He's from New York. There we go.
Urban Texas.
There we go. There we go.
I'm in urban
New
Texas.
York men are the gayest men in America.
Urban Texas, right? These are white boys.
New York men, they rape the rats on the subway. The male rats. They don't even rape the women rats. They rape the male rats on the subway.
Whites are trannies. Whites are trannies, nigga. We put a gay spell on white America.
Matt, here's what you do.
We put a gay spell on white America, nigga.
And I had a bunch.
We put a gay spell on white America. You're done.
If you have to report them while they're parking.
Latinos hate whites more than any fucking group, and that's when you're just waking up. It's too late, bitch. It's too fucking late. We've been putting spells on you.
You're just
We've been putting spells on you. We put gay spells on you. Nigga, I'll spit your ass.
That was just a, one-off.
Okay, I had to get rid of them.
What kind of an environment creates someone like that?
Yeah, it's weird.
Wait a minute, I know Edmund's not saying shit. Like, I know Edmund's not saying shit. Like, what the fuck is going on, Edmund? I know you're not talking shit about people not being able to mute people.
I appreciate Edmund, because I know he's probably putting that motherfucker on blast.
Yeah, happy Father's Day, everybody.
Wow.
Happy Father's Day.
Look at my PTR, there's two super dads right there.
Well, that guy said he had 9 kids. He doesn't know where they all are, but he's got 9.
They're scattered out like roaches all over the place right now.
I've never heard about opening up a man's ass, spitting in it to make it into a pussy. That's quite a visual.
That's how gay men get women pregnant. They spit up, their pussies and stuff.
Well, no, but he wanted to spit in y'all's ass, so I don't know what that is.
He was looking at the bunghole.
When people see the YouTube Happy Father's Day video, they're gonna say, "What the fuck? What did I just watch?"
Exactly. I co-sign this. I'm sorry, Edmund, but I have to co-sign that action.
Yeah, I think we have to expose a lot of people on this app because not only are they completely toxic and waste all of our time, I mean, they're going undocumented, unreported, and especially in these unrecorded rooms. They do not create recorded rooms because they don't want to be on the record because they're trash. They're low IQ propagandist scum.
Well, just so you know, these unrecorded rooms are still recorded by Clubhouse, and they save them for a short amount of time, just in case they're reported, and so that things can be investigated into.
Exactly. It's already in the terms of service. It's a given that
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, documenting them, re-platforming them on X, re-platforming them on YouTube, letting all the world know just how stupid they are.
How many hours of audio do you think you have?
God, it's insane. It's insane, yeah.
He has a lot of hours.
It's a lot of videos at this point. It's like 20,000
I'm
videos
sorry,
up on
but that
YouTube.
My buddy Doug's down there. What's up, Doug?
Right now, I'm currently targeting Amir and his merry band of terrorists on this app, restreaming them into multiple rooms on Clownhouse, X, and YouTube, and it's driving them crazy.
How many recordings do you have of politically correct? Because there was an incident the other day where Patty was threatening to dox me and find me, so I didn't know. You have a lot of politically correct or no?
Well,
Wait a minute. Wait. So a member of the United States military is threatening to dox you.
Yeah, she says I'm on this. So.
Got it.
Oh, you mean the soldiers went to her to Afghanistan to fight for Muslim female education and civilization rebuilding? Wow, what a glorious victory and honor it was to serve in the military with people like that.
So, let me, what branch of the U.S. government does the military report to?
Executive.
Executive?
No.
Oh wait, no, there's another one, right? Go ahead, yeah.
I mean, Congress?
Yep.
Yeah, fuck around and find out.
Yeah, she's a ghetto trash piece of shit. I heard her today exploding on people, bringing out that bubonic plague in her mouth. Could you imagine having to work with somebody like that?
And don't they always kick you out of politically correct?
Well, now Clownhouse created this amazing feature. I think I'm the only person who actually is going to spend money on this stupid feature. So I can go into these stupid rooms and just live stream how they're here 18 hours a day. You take one cell phone, you put it on a tripod. You take the other cell phone with the anonymous account, you put it up there, and you just restream their stupidity into YouTube for the whole fucking day. It's a business, ladies and gentlemen. Restreaming morons. Well, I call it how to waste your time doing nothing while your whole life burns down around you, dying on a hill for nothing.
That's good too, yeah.
Well, you probably have a lot of debate the news on there too.
That's content rich stuff too.
Well, no, what they do is they stream on Chatter and then they put it back on Clownhouse.
Chatter.
What are you laughing about, Al? I'm gonna kick you from the room if you laugh again. Grant. Somebody ping Nelson Apega in here. Somebody ping Nelson Apega in here.
Isn't it spend $19.95 or $99 on their course?
Wait, what?
I'm a national licensed mortgage, and my number is. Anybody interested in learning in the mortgage business or how to make money with no cash down in real estate? Ladies and gentlemen, you don't need to have money to make money. That's the biggest lie in all of business. I have made a lot of money with no money, and I'm going to teach you how to do that. If you have no money but $99.99, that's just $99. I'm going to teach you the Nelson Apega and Cindy Stumple and Grant Cardone secrets on how to get started in real estate.
Fairly accurate.
I know it is. Guys. Phil, I got my program now. I just launched it. Selling money is better than anything else out there. Join Chatter. Hey, remember that other girl? What is her name, Matt? Is it like Kalisha Khaleesi? She doesn't go in the rooms anymore. They don't mod her.
Yes, Kalisha. You're Khaleesi, yeah, right?
No, she's always modded.
She's here.
Yeah, no, she may have blocked you. Kalisha, I'm telling y'all, Kalisha's fine. Kalisha is absolutely fine, and I feel like that's why she gets away with what she gets away with. But at the end of the day, Matt, she's actually in California.
Yeah, no, I know that, yeah. No, she's a good-looking woman, whatever, but she's just too bad that her brains is completely lip-hearted out,
This is Cindy Stumpo.
I mean,
I gotta speak.
on
Please
stage,
mute your mic, Adam.
on
This is
stage, if
Cindy
you ever catch her
Stumpo.
in private rooms or if you talk to her, outside of Clubhouse, she's actually pretty chill.
I have 10 construction sites going right now, and that one Mexican is at that fucking construction site because Donald Trump, ICE, and this MAGA movement have completely restricted my economic freedom of ruining people's lives by paying them pennies on the dollar so I can build my real estate empire. And Nelson, he's my little baby boy. Oh, Nelson, I nursed Nelson from my teat myself. Anyways, what I want to say is, we can't have any kings in this country. And yesterday's protests around the United States with millions of people gathering, All my Mexicans were there. Not one Mexican at the work site. I gave them all the day off. But Monday morning, you know where they're gonna be because they are the hardest working, most ethical, dedicated people this country has ever known. And without Mexican labor, I'd have nothing.
Well put. Well put. Adams, do you think a lot of people aren't who they are off the app? Like, like you said, Galicia in private, she actually probably sounds somewhat normal. But, like, you get her on a big stage like IGB and Lou Fax's stage, then she just turned into something completely different, right? The app glitch? Anybody hear me or no?
No, you're good.
Okay, you stepped away. I just think a lot of people change it up a bit, depending on where they are.
Oh no, nobody on Clubhouse would shapeshift. What are you talking
Right? Hell, right?
Hey, Biden's gone. Ever since the election, I've not seen him. Wasn't
No,
that guy you were making?
he's still
making
around.
an impression of? He had 9 vaccines.
I don't know, but Thugga Biden, the elitist, obnoxious know-it-all, he's still here. I still see this goat floating around.
Really?
Yeah, very very limited
There's no
engagements.
places where he can't, there's no chance of being challenged.
Oh, so he hangs around in the new improved Democratic Party, or okay.
Yeah, I
Who
heard.
are we talking about?
He's on over
Go
there.
Isaiah.
He's definitely, yeah, he's definitely hidden away. He's definitely not hanging around us,
No, he doesn't like crow. He told me. It doesn't taste good.
I heard him recently.
Remember the other guy, the environmentalist, Aaron Berger? He's gone.
Yeah.
No.
Is he?
Still here.
Oh no, Aaron.
Just gotta know where to find them. They're like cockroaches. Like
Really?
Yeah, he's politically correct all the time.
Yeah, you have to get a new burner account, and then you'll get anonymous. Don't click on anybody's profile because then they can block you. And there you go. You'll see all the rooms and all the people that you think you're missing out on. They're still here. This app is called No Exit.
No, I was still wondering about Thugga Biden when he said that he makes $750,000 a year and he sends his kids to a private school with $75,000 a year, but he still drives like a Honda minivan.
Yeah, meanwhile, the most expensive school in his state isn't $70,000 a year.
Yeah, how's that possible, Adams?
Is he flying his kids, out of state every day on a private jet?
Dr. Adams, you're you cool.
So long.
If you don't believe in these vaccines, then you don't believe in science, and you are stupid.
And you are black. Say that.
No, I remember when he told me that Biden was going to win by the largest victory ever, and he was going to win every single swing state, and he said Trump was only going to win 3 states. Yeah, I'm still waiting on those results.
Nick, I can't decide which one is worse, Goat or Thugga, because Goat was kind of parodying the same nonsense,
That's the thing, and I told Thugga a week before. I said, look, don't believe these polls. Remember what he's like, no, Kamala's polling. And I told Thugga, I said, watch these swing states, because that's really what matters. No, he's like, Biden's going to win everyone, because maybe Trump might get one, and he's going to get a clean sweep with the Senate and the House. I don't think so. These polls aren't actually. No, you're going to see
going to have the largest margin of victory, or Kamala Harris is going to have the largest margin of victory ever.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that.
Yeah, like, it was wild because even like Beaver and myself were, Go was coming up with data like that just didn't make sense at all. It was such gaslighting stuff coming from him. It was so obvious. Like Beaver and I were literally letting him know that that Trump was probably going to take all swing states, and the guy was just not having it. He was flipping out about it. I mean, it was incredible because you could look at the data fairly well in different counties and get a general idea, right? So just the fact that the pushback was just crazy.
And I honestly, Matt, I didn't think he was going to win every single swing state. I thought he was going to get most of them, but I was 50-50 here in my home state in Michigan. But see, we elected a Marxist senator, but we still picked Trump. Because at the end of the day, I told everyone, they vote with their wallets. It was like the same thing in 2008. John McCain didn't have a chance against Obama. Let's just face it, whether you liked Obama, hated Obama, it was just the economy was in shambles, and that's what I think happened with Harris. Well, there's other things that she's a fucking wretched human being and completely worthless and had no business being there, but they could have somewhat saved themselves.
They could help themselves. She was just an awful candidate. I just don't understand any of that. But Nick, who would you? I never asked you. Who would you have had your choice on that side besides obviously Kamala Harris and Biden? I'm assuming maybe Biden, but anybody else you would have picked? I don't even know.
I would think of Cory Booker, but he's a little crazy.
He's the fucking worst.
If you picked like a Manchin, he would no. He doesn't. He's more like moderate left.
Yeah, he's really moderate, but he could pull it off. Probably keep going. Yeah, I like to hear this viewpoint because it's kind of more rational. Go for it.
A Booker or like a Manchin. And there's one that's actually somewhat decent out of Colorado. I think it's a congressperson. Or maybe that's just the governor that's a little sane there. He wasn't
Hickenlooper or whatever that guy?
Yeah. But I think that, unfortunately, they'll get Michigan's governor running for President Whitmer. You'll see.
Do you feel like Vance has been a little bit lackluster, so to speak?
Adams, and I think the reason is he's younger. This is kind of his like first big role in politics. So I think it's just have to give him some time. But yeah, it's been lackluster.
Midterms is going to be interesting. I'm sure we're going to see the same people making the case for the blue wave or whatever they always do. So, I don't know. Midterms is going to be interesting.
Well, McConnell's gone, or if he doesn't die before that. Unfortunately, Nasty Pelosi's there, and same thing with Maxine Waters. So we're stuck with those parasites.
I think Maxine Waters has dementia, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
See, this is the danger of, bringing people into Congress and the Senate. I feel like that should have age limits. I'm sorry, like people are having a conversation about, the presidency. Congress and the Senate, they should definitely have age limits.
How can her constituents be that stupid? I mean, how can these voters keep voting Maxine Waters? And what the fuck do they think?
Because they're Latino, and see, this is the thing. Like that's mainly the reason why Maxine Waters was showing up in Los Angeles and doing the things that she was doing. The good majority of her area, Gardena, for example, Matt, Gardena is primarily Latino. The good consensus of her constituency are Latinos. So, I mean, the fact that black people keep cheering Maxine Waters on, black people are not the reason why Maxine Waters is in office. But Adams, she doesn't even live in her district, right? Doesn't she live in Beverly Hills or Orange County? No, she lives in Hancock Park. So, yeah, like Hancock Park is actually closer to like where I live than where her actual district is. Like her actual district is going out towards like Gardena and like, part of like the South Bay area. Okay, because
You're right. How does she keep being elected? Let's keep going with that. Good.
because like I was in Torrance a couple years ago, and like Gardena's not far. I mean, it is a shithole there, and I think she keeps getting elected because they have to be rigging the elections, or like I know with New York they have ranked voting, so they can rig elections.
Well, I don't think that's completely out of the realm. I mean, I think it's fair to say that Adams and I have been saying that California is completely rigged. I mean, so if you're going with that, theory, I'm on board with it. I mean, why not? California is completely nutty, and why wouldn't they figure out how to put their own in? Just completely rig it. Why not? Which Republican is gonna check them, right? Like, where's the safety in a check on that things are going right in California, right?
Right. Well, like Jerry Brown screwed up L.A. back in whatever the 70s or 80s. Then he got governor position, and then he came back and got reelected. I mean, and Edmund was telling me in Chicago they actually elected someone worse than Lori Lighthead.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting how Maxine Waters is the chair of the House Financial Services Committee. It's almost like, if you want absolutely no oversight, she's the bitch to get in there. So I mean, she's as corrupt as they get. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Right, and so no wonder she is going after this whole immigration issue. That's it. Do you know how much money people are making over this bullshit?
She could retire from Congress and probably get appointed CEO of Goldman Sachs. That's how fucking much bullshit she's probably allow go on and completely cover things up. I mean, have you ever seen her ask questions to Chairman Jerome Powell? It's like she has absolutely no concept whatsoever about anything. So I don't know. It's just all right out in front of you, and you realize you live in clown world, and that we have clown leaders in the most powerful positions in this government. But I don't know, transparency is now. Like, we're exposing these things, we're becoming aware of these things consciously. People are hopefully waking up and organizing and taking action to fight back against clown world.
Yeah, but what about Ilhan Omar, AOC?
They're all being primaried. These people, but they have so much money in their back. It's unbelievable. I mean, you can go to Open Secrets and see who funds them. You can see who funds AOC and Ilhan, and it's the same corporations funding all these other vaccinologists and scam artists. I mean, people are bought and paid for by these lobbyists.
We'll also look at Karen Bass herself. I mean, she's a radical. She's about as radical. If you look into her past, her ties are Marxist to the core. I mean, she is a radical. That is her training. It is no surprise that she is where she's at, and I think just the mere fact of her past should have been disqualified. But here we are.
But remember the 80s? Marion Barry got caught smoking crack with a hooker, and they reelected him, and they claimed that he was a victim and set up. Gavin Newsom had to take a leave of absence to get alcohol treatment. So, I mean, people still elected him.
Look at Kamala. She was dating, what was that mayor's name? Willie Willis? Or what was that guy from San Francisco?
Willie Brown. Sweet Dick Willie Brown, man.
Willie Brown.
I don't know, you can't cover up stupid now. Cell phones have changed everything. It's changed everything. But all these people are just content creators. That's all they do. It doesn't matter left or right, conservative, liberal, it doesn't matter. Everybody's just creating these clips now And that's part of the problem. There's no real leadership. It's just content creators. Karen Bass, on top of it, with Father's Day, look at her recent tweet. I feel bad for all the fathers today who won't get to spend time with their children because they've been deported for being illegal aliens. It's just like, it's just a content creation game, but there's no real leadership, and it's just clown world.
You know, this no king stuff is like maybe we need to be more strong on these things. I don't think might not want to hear this, but we might need not to have another side. I was trying to think like the king idea might just work out. You know what I mean? That's where I'm going with this, because if they get power in any form, I think they could just completely just destroy this country. So I think it's almost like the first one to get there at this point. Like, who can get to be a king? I'm gonna go there to say it, because like, okay, you guys had your no kings, but maybe we're gonna have to have one because you guys are just completely out of control.
But Chairman Powell is basically the president of the Banking Federation, and when he says we don't issue Congress fiscal advice and we don't want monetary policy advice from Congress, so we have this huge divide, which is a separation between we the people, and really like the global banking industrial class, and these people are radical revolutionary Marxists. Chairman Powell is probably a patriotic American who doesn't like these people. But again, that separation of powers, or, I don't know. I think it's possible to say there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. We just have to eliminate bad people. That's what it comes down to.
That's true. I'm not saying everybody's perfect. Obviously, the government, they got a lot of issues just on both sides and all that. Yeah.
Matt, do you ever stop and like just stop these people when they start bitching about Musk and how much money he's bought the presidency? These same people I've never heard mention Bloomberg's name and the sheer amount of money he's given. Not once, because it's different. It's Democrat. It's just different.
Yeah, rich people.
I'm not a fan of big money in politics.
Soros. Yeah.
Right. I'm not actually a fan of it because we get to this point, right? But it's the height of hypocrisy for me. Like, you've got a problem with Musk, but your money that's different. I've got a big fucking problem with this. And that's just one area of hypocrisy. And the whole king bullshit. Again, we vote here. I don't know of any time we have ever not voted and installed a king. The ridiculousness of even that slogan is super funny. Because the fact that Trump trolled them and then they pick up this mantle and it still only works on the left. It still only works on them. I mean, they have no idea. Because then you get the immigration bullshit and I'm like, if you haven't been out here for decades protesting, I think you're not a serious, genuine person. I think you were told by your overlords to be big mads, and Trump is doing something that has never been done before, and that just isn't true. Obama fast-tracked nearly 75% of all deportations, millions of people. He actually deported U.S. citizens. He did. He expanded deportation powers. Biden lost thousands and thousands of migrant children, likely a lot of them trafficked at this point. And not a word. Obama built cages for children. But they weren't Hitler. I don't know why, but apparently they weren't Hitler. So we just got like a new Hitler just suddenly. I don't know.
And the only reason why that never was exposed in that way is because they didn't have the media doing it. You know what I mean? Like, the only reason why Trump is getting so much crap is because the media's out to get him, right? Like Obama was way worse on these.
I hate to tell you, but there's like a coup going on. There's an attempt to overthrow this president. And if you
census, and I heard a lot of backroom door conversations, and even the people that work at the census, these are legacy career criminals that do the bidding for the Democrats, and literally they bend over backwards to fudge numbers, create fake information. The whole thing is one Democrat industrial complex.
Actually scary.
I mean, I think it's possible that, Trump does declare martial law and, makes arrests of these people in these criminal sanctuary cities. Pritzker was begging. He said, "Go ahead, arrest me. I'll be out within hours."
You know that.
They want it because they know that that's going to play for their political run. Yeah.
To get a civil war, they really will over this.
Well, everybody's vying for political power. Newsom, Pritzker, all these people are trying to do is create controversy to center themselves, to create the content so they can use it in their propaganda marketing to try to become president.
Did, right?
Who?
Medea marched in there, all tough guy,
Yeah.
tough chest, marching up at a 100-pound woman on a podium. I've got questions. During a live press conference, this wasn't a Q&A. This was not some sort of, hey, let's have an official meeting. Wasn't that? He was asked to leave. He didn't. Puts hands on law enforcement, and now Trump's the bad guy, or she needs to resign. That was intended. That was purposeful. The cameras are rolling. That was planned. That was completely planned.
Oh, good afternoon, Al.
Greetings.
Yeah, what's going on?
Getting ready to go catch some trout. What are you doing?
Catch some trout. What are you fishing?
Motherfucking trout. No, fly fishing. I'm not.
Oh, well, fly fishing.
People love fly fishing. My sister's boyfriend loves it.
What do you?
Fly fishing's fun. It's just sort of like, and like
What do you do
it's.
for work there, Al?
I don't know. You write a book.
Adam's your friend Jarl left?
He's getting pegged right now.
I can't believe, Charles, the nerve of him just to go up on stage and say all men love being pegged. My mouth dropped, L. I was like, what is going on around here?
I'm like, hey, listen, do you? But for real, I don't know any men I know in my life that are like, God, I love getting pegged.
Daniel, I'm assuming you don't like getting pegged. I just want to clear the air. What's that? Oh,
That's disgusting.
alright, just double checking.
Don't make it sound like maybe you.
But, I mean, to be quite truthful, I don't really care what people do in the bedrooms. I really don't care. But this whole suggestion of, all women love it, they actually don't. That's not true.
I mean, you think these women in these porno videos who are being rammed up their ass actually also enjoy what they're doing?
Oh, look at their face. They're fucking bleeding for a week. Are you shitting me right now?
They have to fucking, those porn stars, it's almost like going, before you go for surgery, they don't, eat food and shit. It's when they're, deep throating or doing whatever to their buttholes, it's, they won't, puke or
How about
make a
the
mess.
puking porn videos where they, I'm like, what has happened to people?
People just have, I think just, there's just, mainstream porn, and then people, maybe will focus on different parts of it, there'll be, one thing, they'll get a fetish.
To stop promoting
There's one
genocide.
part of porn they might really like, so.
Hey, you know what? If you got a puke fetish, I don't know. That's on a whole other level.
See, doesn't this come down to what you actually consume, in terms of media? And so those are very fringe. But what I'm trying to say is reverse engineer the media you consume. And if you want to improve your life, you essentially have to be aware of what the fuck you're listening to, what you're looking at, what you're saying. So this app is like a good training ground to focus your life's energies on what really matters. And all these liberal rooms, all these propagandists, all this political bullshit in this app, that in itself is low grade quality, porn. I mean, these people are essentially spammers, and it's all spam. So it's a spam industrial complex. And if you really want to make your life better, you have to be a part of the manufacturing of spam and limit your diet. It's just like exercise and diet and education.
Hey, Edmund, have you been in any of the really special rooms today in particular about they're just feeling really sad for Iran. They're really sad that big bad Israel, is taking out nuclear facilities in Iran, and just this is terrible. And those poor people. I'm like, have you talked to any Iranians? Have you listened to any Iranians? They
I
want to
know.
be free.
They're angry at their government. They hate their government.
And have been for a fucking long time.
And when an Iranian comes on here,
Thanking
yeah, they
Israel
can't
for
stand
taking
it.
out the fucking trash.
When an Iranian comes on here and tells the truth about their government, these Jew-hating pieces of shit go bananas. They can't stand to hear anyone voice their truth.
Oh, sure, a nuclear Iran, that'd be swell. What could be the problem? I mean, they've already got Houthis, Hezbollah, funding terror across the globe. Imagine with some nukes. That sounds swell. These fucking idiots. And it's all because Georgia got bad. If Biden did it, we would be noble and brave, and we've got to take care. We can't have a nuclear Iran.
If Kamala was president, you do realize we'd be going in. Like, we would already have boots on the ground in Iran if Kamala was president and Tim Walz was president. This is what makes me so sick about these people, is they are so two-faced and so shifty and so despicable. It's just ruthless, profiteering people. If Kamala and Tim Walz were president VP, we would already be in Tehran.
100%.
So I gather, basically, Trump was trying to work out a deal, right? And then it went into day 61 of 60 days that was supposed to be. Is that right or no?
It was supposed to be 60 days, but guess what? At 61, the strikes were having Iran.
Because they had 60 days, not 61 fucking days.
Threat for the country. I'm not saying Israel is a good place. I'm not saying.
So I hear that a lot. Is that, maybe, do you think they really weren't going to do that?
Oh yeah, they've been trying forever.
That's an interesting point. Okay, go ahead.
Like they, I remember that it was getting to the point where their uranium was at like 60%. Yeah, like they ended up, there's like a joint Israel, gosh, this was maybe like 20 years ago, like a joint Israeli-US, it's called Stuxnet, and it's where somehow they ended up infecting
that's the malware.
Yeah. Fucked up their centrifuges, but
Hey, Pepe, we could have used you a few minutes ago. We had the best troll ever. God, I hate you missed it.
was it Joe?
No, this guy Psycho.
Way better.
Literally, his name's Psycho. His name's well, it's Psyop or something. But
I haven't trolled in been in character for like I don't know a year or so.
You might have liked this one though.
You were doing an apology the other day. That's how far gone you are on your character.
What's happening?
Just back to Iran. So, sorry, go ahead, Daniel. Do you want to say something or what? You're saying about 60% was the number.
Yes, no, 90% is sufficient for building nuclear missiles. So I mean, they were 30% away.
Well, what these retards on this app don't realize is Israel had people embedded. They knew exactly what was going on. And it became time to get it done. And they knew it was time. So the whole world should be saying fucking thank you. A nuclear Iran, that's a goddamn nightmare.
Pepe, you don't want Iran to have a nuke, though, do you, or do you not care?
No, fuck no. No, they suck. A lot of people don't realize this. A lot of people like to think it's because of Israel that Iran doesn't like us. It goes way before that. We were basically backing the Shah, and the Ayatollah. They ended up taking a bunch of hostages, and Reagan said that like when he becomes president, they're going to be released on day one, or they'll be held to pay. And of course, when he got elected, they ended up releasing them. there's bad blood with the U.S. and them for a long time, and the problem is though they also hate all of the Sunni Muslim states, like the whole Arab Gulf, and like even Saudi Arabia said that if Iran got nukes, they would have to get nukes by any means necessary. They know that Iran will fuck with them. They literally are paying everybody's ass in the Middle East. It's always been the case.
I personally love Iranians. I love the women, I love the music, I love the food. They're great people, but, you know, when you're building a nuclear weapon to prevent, a regime change, and if you do get regime change, you're gonna nuke all of Israel, like, that type of logic isn't gonna hold up. Like, there's gonna be an intervention to prevent you from, having that type of mindset, and that's what's happened. It's unfortunate. It's like, as an American at $40 trillion, it's like, I want to stay out of all fucking wars. But we have to be very strategic with our money and do guerrilla warfare. I mean, we can't do these massive fucking regime change and re-education programs and civilizational rebuilding only to be run out from terrorists, I mean, America since 9/11 has made look at Naveen. Where's Naveen? Without all this fucking bullshit NDAA and spending, Naveen wouldn't even have a business. So Naveen is the microcosm, but as like a group think, we are our own worst enemy. We have essentially thrown our fucking destiny down a well, and if we're not strategic about what we pull back up out of that well, I mean, this country has already been thoroughly invaded and fucked. So who knows what the solutions are, but I'm so thankful that Donald Trump is the president, because I honestly would have given up. If Trump didn't win, I would have thrown in the towel and left. I mean, I probably would have gone to Israel, to tell the truth, and done Ulpan and tried to become an Israeli citizen or something, because that's where the resistance is. I mean, in this country, it's just clown world.
Sorry, I'm back. I had to.
Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm working out right now. But I was talking to my dad. So, it's Father's Day. I know a lot of people on this app, especially the black people, don't know their fathers. But I specifically do. And they're partying it up. My dad's like freaking 300 miles away, so I'm not trying to drive up the California coast to do that today. But I got a shout out to my old man.
Happy Father's Day to you. It's awesome.
My dad said if he would have been a better father, maybe I wouldn't have ended up on Clown House, 7 days a week recording people.
Well, I mean, the fact that he knows that you're on Clown House means that you've spoken to him recently, so you should probably call him for Father's Day.
I've been texting him. I sent him a photo of Michelle Obama, and I said, at least I wasn't born with 2 dads. Thanks, Dad.
Pepe, have you called your father for Father's Day?
Well, not yet. I will.
Oh, this is black behavior.
Well, blacks wouldn't have a dad to call, if we're being honest.
Phone lines at the jail are busy.
Is this the most confusing day in the ghetto?
What's that? Comedian?
The joke is, what's the most confusing day in the ghetto?
Yo, Pepe, we should do a room about this later.
You gotta do it. That's a Father's Day special right there.
I like since I'm not like a character and stuff. Like, dude, I can't land like the jokes and the.
No, we should open up a room. Black America does not know who to call for Father's Day.
Israel has.
That would be very triggering.
So do you think this is gonna culminate?
They call it Diddy.
Do you think the Iran conflict is going to end in a regime change, or do you think there's going to be some type of a structured negotiation?
Oh, I have no idea, dude.
I'm willing to bet on total regime change personally.
Bring Jay up. Jay, we should open up a room and healthy debates. Black America doesn't know who to call on Father's Day.
Are blacks fatigued on Father's Day? You don't even have to mute up. You don't even have to mute up.
It goes along with his themes that he's been it's fitting that maybe you top it off with that one. Yeah.
It's funny you say that, Matt, because the last two rooms I ran, one was Trump, and last night was something totally different, had nothing to do with race.
Well, I know, Jay. We were just like we were joking and talking about opening up a room later, and then you came in, and I was like, "Oh, Jay, like you should open up a room about this." Like it wasn't anything sliding your boat.
Well, happy Father's Day to who it applies. Yo, Edmund, you're a piece of shit. That's
You're a piece of shit. I hope you recorded that.
Yeah. What beef do we got going on here, James?
I don't know. He's Jewish now. This must be the Jewish side in him getting out.
It's happening.
Yeah, Edmund's, yeah, go ahead, JD, what you got?
Edmund got kicked out of one of my rooms and decided to go open a room with my name in the title. Because he thinks that's funny.
Edmund, don't be doing that.
JB the pimp.
Edmund, stop.
Only your mother. She didn't complain.
I didn't know Jews were pimps.
I mean, to be fair, if you're anybody on this app who's gonna make a profile game tag for you and make rooms with your name in it, it's just what Edmund does.
Yeah, it's part of Scam Movie Incorporated. What are you complaining about, you Jew?
And by the way, I was one of your biggest supporters on this app. You know what it is, Pepe? I still do disloyalty. Either you're loyal or not, this fucking asshole gets in his feelings and he runs rooms with names on it. I don't think that's cool.
He's, I guess, I just know who, he's cussed me out in front of so many people that I just, like, I don't know, it's just,
I mean, if you're such a tough guy, why aren't you emotionally tough?
Edmund, but that's Clubhouse 101. You just, like, why put names of people in titles, you know? It's like...
I don't really care. Welcome to the game. It's all politics. And JB wastes a lot of fucking time.
Or to it, or was it just a name and that's it? Or
No, I said
was
JB the pimp.
It was my
Oh, you mean it was an actual...
oh, you mean like your real name?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's kind of good.
That's a big move. Come on, Edmund.
He's such a tough guy. He's a Sicilian mafioso Jew. I mean, you know, have a little thick skin.
Anyway, man, I'm not looking to do this. Happy Father's Day, everybody.
You bet. I'll catch you in one of your other rooms later, probably. But yeah, think about the Father's Day one. That's a doozy that came up with there. Anyways, we were talking about Iran obtaining nuclear. Where were they, or where are they in their nuclear capacity right now? I think Daniel was saying they're at 90%. I don't know what the number is, the percentage. Does anybody even know?
Well, before you get into that, Matt, did you see the article about Trump put the kibosh on Israel killing the leader of Iran?
No, I didn't see that. Explain that a little bit more. Go for it.
Israel was going to kill me, but assassinate the leader of Iran, and Trump said, no, I'm going to put the article on the chat.
Yeah, that's wild. Wow. Huh.
I doubt it. Probably fake news. You know, Jay, my only complaining...
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a Trump thing, though.
Don't forget, JB voted Kamala. He's the everybody to everything. He's a black grifter, he's a Jew grifter, he's a Democrat grifter.
Why are you making this a personal attack, Edmund? Like, stop. Because he's like, it's annoying. Like, it's very annoying. Like, we don't. If you want to fight with Jay, ping him into a private room and fight with Jay. Like, we're not trying.
Okay. Take your advice, Adams.
Anyway, man, I put the article on the chat.
I'll take your advice, Adams.
Thanks for appreciate that. I'm looking it over now. This is interesting.
I don't understand the thinking behind that. Why would he stop it?
I mean, I actually don't. I mean, like, I think Trump is.
I mean, he's a Democrat. When you say GB, at the end of the day, it's deep down in his heart, he's probably a Democrat, right?
Bro, he's definitely a Democrat, and he punches down on the Democrats like he's the crazy ass girlfriend or something.
Right. I mean, there are some crazy left people, though. I mean, he's punching down the right people, but JB?
I think.
Well, but the
I think it's
Democrats.
more than that. Personally, I think it's. I gotta go. Look, I think it's. This is the official stance of the United States. I think it's smart. We don't want that. We need so if it's secretly if it happens, I don't see anybody, including Trump, being sad about it. But that way, if it's official, this is the United States position. Blowback then from Iran would, on the world stage, look like, a provocation. So I think it's brilliant. Basically, I think Israel has been set free and let loose to do what they need to. The 60 days was their signal.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And I think Trump knew that. Obviously, he was trying to get that deal of some sort, taken care of by then, not to be in this position, with knowing that this was going to eventually happen, you know what I mean? Now, I don't understand, I probably do understand why Iran doesn't want to play the game of, well, I probably should work out a deal, because this is not an end game that they're going to like, I don't think, at the end of the day, So I don't know why they're not playing that game, but I guess people are gonna say we know why they're not playing that game because they want to kill a lot of people. So, but yeah.
Why not? Israel has been striking the refineries and oil reserves and all that other stuff. So people don't be surprised to get some sticker shock tomorrow when you go to get gas.
That's how you know that when somebody comes on this app and they say, I don't want there to be a world war, I can barely afford gas. I can't afford the gas, it's too expensive. That's when you know you're talking to a schmuck.
I'm gonna check the barrel of oil right now. I thought it was going down, but I haven't checked it on for a while.
The Saudis can print on demand.
Good seeing you, Al.
Later, Al. Hi, JB. See you later.
You know how much oil we have in this country? Have you ever been to California? I used to live in Hermosa Beach. The city paid $35 million to prevent an oil rig from going off their coastline. There is so much fucking oil in California, we don't need any of these fuckers. What we need is deregulation and get rid of these Democrat Marxist communists who run the state of California.
I think in Redondo Beach, they're taking down the was that was an oil refinery, wasn't it? I think it was just a standard water plant thing. But yeah,
I think that's an energy plant there in Redondo.
But yeah,
They spit all that shit back out into the ocean there in Redondo. I think that's an energy plant.
excuse me. Yeah, it's a water plant. I just remember that now. It's like an energy thing. So JB, where do you think this all ends? Is it just going to be a continuous rolling war between Israel and Iran, or does it have to be solved in one person taking care of business, so to speak, or going to the table and actually making a deal? Where do you think this goes in that sense between these two?
I think a deal is going to happen. The conflict will continue probably, I'm guessing, maybe in a couple more days. But Iran, they have no choice but to go to the table.
They're not going to go to the table with Trump, JB. They're not.
Really?
Yeah, really. They're not going to.
Because it's a pride issue, because Trump is there, they would deal with Biden, is that what you're saying?
No, they wouldn't do it with anyone. They're not going to make a deal. They're not going to stop.
Well, if they don't make a deal, then they're gonna break.
Well, then if that's the case, then I honestly could see a real regime change over there.
I mean, the attack is so shocking in what has happened, and just in the blink of an eye, it's like, oh, it's World War III.
Beforehand it was a possibility. They wanted people to come in and try to change this. I think now that it's like the cities are being bombed and people are dying, I don't think that
streets, I'm not quite sure if there'll be a regime change. I think people are getting this stuff.
No, Iran is never going to change. It's really the whole moral of the story, which one's a terrorist state.
Can we first not call it Iran and call it Iran, because it's not Iran, you're not running anywhere, the country is called Iran.
Alright, you're going to go with semantics, I'm out.
Why is there such a big disconnect between the population and the regime? You know, what I mean, do you get the same feeling in America? Because, I mean, I believe that. I believe we live in clown world.
Can you please repeat that question? I'm not quite understanding what you're asking.
What I'm saying is it doesn't seem like the Iranian regime represents their people. And so when Iranians come on this app and they say, I hate my government because they've pushed us to this, they've done this to us, and it drives all the Jew haters, anti-Semites, anti-Israel, Zionist entity people on this app crazy when they hear an Iranian speak their truth, that they do not like their government.
Well, we don't like the government. I don't know what you want me to say. We don't like the government that's there. People want to have their freedom. There was more freedom prior to this government, and that's what they want. But there's only so much they can do. They've gone into the streets so many times to try to change things, and it has not worked, and it has not happened. So I don't know what you're asking me.
Well, I mean, I'm asking you for some historical context. I mean, it was an Islamic revolution. You know, this cocksucker took the government over and made himself the spiritual leader and guide of his country. He's a fraud. The whole establishment is a fraud.
Initially, it was not an Islamic revolution. Initially, people in the streets trying to change, get the Shah out, were educated people who were in universities, who the Shah sent out to the U.S. to
Hey,
study.
Umar! Assalamu alaikum! They can't get to the shelters, Umar!
When Khomeini came in, that's when it became. That's not what they were hoping at the beginning for it to be.
Yeah, well, that's not what it was. I mean, it was an Islamic revolution.
Okay, so I'm telling you, I know this for a fact, that initially, that's not what these people who are there in the streets trying to change were wanting. They didn't want it to be an Islamic revolution.
Well, they wanted to control the means of production, and they wanted to take over the natural resources. It was an illegitimate coup d'etat. They killed a lot of people, and guess what? Now their asses are about to get regime changed again.
Not sure if this is
it's an illegitimate government to begin with. It's not based on democratic values or constitution. It's based on an Islamic revolution.
Matt, like you have to make a decision. Like people are leaving and like they just don't feel comfortable.
Yeah, are you recording? Yeah.
Am I recording? What do you think I do on this app? I'll come back in on an anonymous account and there'll be nothing you can do to stop me. Welcome to Clown House.
I thought maybe we have a conversation. I try to use the benefit, but
oh well, farewell. Oh well, farewell.
Clubhouse shocks me.
What's up, Daniel?
Hello, Daniel.
Hello, everyone. So we had like one barrage of rockets now, and there's another one on its way. It's and one hit in the north, in the middle of the street. 4 people died injured.
What city?
Can I ask an honest question? Like, do you feel like maybe the answer to all of this is just like Hiroshima time? You know what I mean? Like Hiroshima time. Like, don't you think that would just rip the Band-Aid off? Let's, start the healing. Let's start moving past it. Like, I just don't understand, like, why? Like, what are we doing?
Iran said 2 days ago they were going to detonate a nuclear bomb.
Yes. I mean, if that's what it takes, you know what I mean, to make the threat stop. You know, not even just to Israel, to the rest of the freaking globe. I mean, at this point, it's like, why are we not taking a page from history in an effective way just to end this. Like, I mean, this is crazy.
I think we don't see the Iranian people as enemy. We see the regime, and actually, if anything, we see the Iranians as allies. Like, it would be not smart to hit the populations. Actually, we can use the population to put more pressure on the government of Iran.
Yeah, but then the same regime is hitting populations indiscriminately. Are they specifically looking for Israeli officials as they're sending missiles over to Israel?
No, they don't.
Okay then, so that's what I'm saying. They like, we really need to have an honest conversation as humans, okay, as far as human survival. If you have a whole populace of people that's firing missiles, that's indiscriminately not caring about the places where they're landing and the innocent people for which they're landing, if you have better guns, why not returning fire in like kind? Like, this is just dragging this shit out, like, alongside it necessary.
Because the last thing Israel needs to do when you have all of this propaganda saying that they're committing a genocide in Gaza is kill fucking innocent Persians. And of course, the Persians are not like against Israel, and it would be best to keep it that way by not fucking killing them. Like, they have to be super targeted. Like whoever it is in whatever facilities they hit, whatever people they assassinate.
I mean,
No.
advantage to killing innocent
Let me just say this. I don't agree with this nuanced warfare bullshit. If you don't stage a revolution to remove those people that are going to potentially get you bombed as a populace, okay, if you continue to vote people into office that are going to bomb other populations, you accept the consequences of your populist decision. So again, if that populace is going to be launching bombs up into Israel, well, then Israel should return fire in Hiroshima style.
No, Adams, it's not. It's all got to be proportional. This is a chess game. Otherwise, you lose the game by risking your queen.
Acting out, like, if you just think about it, if Israel, a lot of people are losing their patience with Israel, and they're getting really sick of them. The last thing they can do is fuck up in Iran.
Yeah, I'm not gonna agree with Pepe on this because it's like, yes, they gotta defend themselves, and like, what if they do this and destroy us? Like, at the end of the day, are you living paranoid? Hell yeah. But at the end of the day, it's you're about to start some shit that you can't even finish yourself, and you won't want the U.S. help, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Iran can do this by themselves. Not Iran. Israel.
But see, that's all or nothing thinking. It's not finish the job. It's you execute the intelligence.
I said again, Iran should be bombed. And quite frankly, at this point, I feel like the ammunition should come on a UK dime. Okay, because they created a lot of these problems, and nobody's saying that quite part out loud.
No, but I was trying to say Israel can't get it done. I don't think they can get the job done because, as you see, it's not Palestine. This ain't like that's what a bomb them and like, no, this is like someone has a real arm, and as you can tell, Israel.
Tony, it's about making the head explode. It's not about cooking the snake. It's about making the snake's head explode.
Look like this. If this was like keep a score, Iran's up by 3, and Israel is 0 because they bombed stuff that has.
Okay, well, let me show you 10 pictures of people who were just killed in Iran, and you tell me what the real score is.
I mean, Israel bombed.
You said that Israel is 0 and Iran is 3. Can you explain the math?
I was about to do that. So everything that Israel had bombed, it was decoys. Everything.
Well, you see them. Tony, I don't know if you saw the videos, but the smoke, black smoke that came means that there were actually stuff that was spreading for a very long time.
So it's perfectly appropriate if you want to clarify those things in the chat, but if you just keep the stage focused, I think it behooves us all to construct
being part of the conversation, being part of the conversation. But all they can bring us up, it ain't funny.
I'm not judging it based off of it. I'm saying by in total of killing people in general, and different things like that, infrastructure and things like that. Iran has to fuck this all up.
How? What are you watching? Like seriously, like dude.
I don't think that's true. I think Israel's been fucking up Iran.
Israel is doing a masterclass here. What are you talking about? Seriously, Tony, I'm trying to understand how you.
And rightfully so.
But I'm pretty shocked. Like, what did Iran do to Israel in this war that is like 3-0? I can recap what we did to them. Like, all the heads of the IRG, all the heads of the army, the head of the intelligence officer.
Daniel, let me tell you what's happening here. Okay, this you're listening to the blacks propaganda network. Okay, what the blacks have done in this situation has been absolutely deplorable in inserting themselves into this ridiculous the freaking Nation of Islam bullshit. Okay, like we all see what's happening here. Anything that the blacks can do to come in here and to derail the conversation and to give points to these freaking here we go. You see that? No. Okay, so let the record reflect who used the N-word first. Let's let the record reflect who used the N-word first.
Like, no, get the fuck out of here.
Ain't nobody get the fuck out. Why don't you get the fuck out of here? Okay, again, all you porch monkeys have done since the beginning of this conflict is to insert yourself in your typical black bullshit. And your typical black bullshit always have something to say when Israelis are being criticized. Always have something to say. Always have something to say. Bunch of nappy-headed ass fucking porch monkeys.
Fucking category. Don't ever your fucking life in that category. You fucking bitch ass dude. Ever. The fuck you talking about? Oh, to hang with you motherfuckers. Fuck you.
No, I'm gonna call a dirty-footed ass, nappy-headed fucking propagandist porch monkey where it exists. You know what the fuck you're talking about?
What the fuck you talking about? Like, don't ever disrespect like that and cut me off ever again. Have a conversation. Oh, God. People like you deserve to die and burn in hell. I swear to God,
Tony,
get hung.
oh, chill. It's alright, man. It's all good.
Oh, please, you're one traffic stop away from having a foot across your neck. Be quiet.
No, that's you. That's not about a cop. Just shut the fuck up.
Well, hold a publication. You can barely speak fucking English.
Bro, I'm hiring people, not you.
That's scary. Yeah, Diddy was hiring people too. R. Kelly's illiterate ass was hiring people too. Yeah, stop using big words you can't enunciate in fucking English. You AAVE nappy-headed ass fucking monkey.
Bro, you was a coon. Cause I ain't once come for you or anything without a normal conversation. I hate people like you. People like you would die. That's why I don't fuck with you.
Yeah, because you're a hateful, nappy-ass monkey. Y'all are violent. Y'all wish death on people. And that's why y'all support the fucking Palestinians. Exactly. Y'all are fucking. Y'all can't even go to fucking Chipotle without whooping somebody's ass. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I have no kind of record. I have a fucking degree. I don't have no break. I have none of that shit.
You have a degree. You can barely speak fucking English. You should get your money back.
Bro, I hate you, dog. I hate you. I wish you would die with your grandma and everybody here probably died today, dog.
Okay, that's not very
Oh,
nice.
Tony, come on now. Keep it cordial. Don't be violent here. Don't practice violence, Tony. Practice peace. Be a meditation practitioner. Go within, Tony, and find the peace within yourself before it's too late.
So where do we go with this? I mean, Tony, you have a certain viewpoint that.
No, it's not a viewpoint. I'm just going by what I see. If you have other footage and stuff like that, that's
So
cool.
let me get your premise. And by the way,
I don't have a premise.
Hold on, I can't put people down, so if I remove you, it's just no offense. But
Yeah.
what is? You do have a premise. You said that Iran is tactically
As I've seen what I've seen so far.
right?
As I've seen so far, yes. I've seen what I've seen so. I say advantage. I said what I've seen so far. All the videos I've seen so far has been mostly Iran bombing a lot of infrastructure and like to lead and different things like that.
Infrastructure, for example, in Israel.
I was saying it and I keep getting cut off. Can we have the quorum, please?
Go ahead.
Like I said, one was to leave. I forgot the other city that they had bombed yesterday, and it was one more.
You said that Iran hit important infrastructure in Israel. I can tell you, for example, what Israel hit in Iran, the names of the people and the infrastructure. And I'm asking you to do the same because you made some bad complaints. I'm really interested.
I'm asking. Post the footage, and I'll post my footage. I mean, like, I'm not. This ain't no battle.
No footage. I'm asking you what is the infrastructure. You said. I'm trying to understand.
I don't know the name of it. I'm not trying to.
What type of infrastructure,
sir,
do you believe that Iran hit?
I said I do not know that. Why are you trying to argue? It's not an argument. If you have something like.
I'm trying to understand you. You said you gave up a score of Iran 3 and Israel 0. Then you said we played decoy and they need important infrastructure. I'm just simply trying to get your information because you obviously get a different information than the rest of us. I'm asking what kind of infrastructure that Iran needs in Israel.
Whatever happened in Tel Aviv, the one that's going viral right now.
What is Tel Aviv? Where is Tel Aviv? You talking about Tel Aviv?
Yeah, Tel Aviv. Yes, I'm sorry about it.
Okay, Tel Aviv. You're talking about the residential building, the tower. That is the infrastructure.
That's it. That's infrastructure. That's the infrastructure, right? It's a building.
Keep in mind, like, you can't really not have like some damage there. It's a huge city.
Exactly. It's a huge ass city.
Yeah,
it's not infrastructure.
Residential building infrastructure. That is like.
What is the strategic? What is the strategic or tactical advantage of hitting a residential building?
I'm not.
I'll tell you what we are hitting. We are hitting missile depots, missile construction sites, manufacturers, fuel depots, government officials, army officials. I can list a list of 20 people from the heads of the army, the head of the Navy, the head of the Air Force, the head of the IRGC Air Force, the head of the IRGC Navy.
If you have the footage and stuff like that, post it.
Footage of what? Of a dead body and you will recognize it? Dude, the Iranians themselves admitted that they're dead. They now relate to their
I just explained to you what's happening. Okay, these nappy-headed ass fucking monkeys. Okay, no. America has become the Nazi face of modern times, which are black bullshit. Every fucking corner y'all go to, y'all are talking about Jews, talking about Nazi talking points. Y'all have become fucking Nazis.
Bro, you don't know the fucking
Russians come usually at night in 3 or 4 weeks.
I mean, he kind of has more wisdom. Why
Israel, they stop about 90 to 95% of these missiles, but every one of them can destroy half a neighborhood.
So you guys joined this because the Palestinians were able to be oppressed by the white man, so they kind of, okay, that's our spot. So,
Farrakhan's brainwashing. That's exactly the reason why this shit is happening. Farrakhan's brainwashing. You wish death on me? I can't wait for that monkey chicken eating fucking gorilla to be put into the fucking grave where he belongs. As Louis Farrakhan has caused the devastation and the violence and the bullshit that he's caused in Black America. I can't wait until that banana eating chimp has been put into the fucking grave.
I really don't give a fuck about none of that. I ain't one of those white people. I don't care. So, but anyways, like I was saying, I'm for when it was like, I'm saying so far, I have not seen much that has been or has bombed. So say that for someone that's actually talking about this
them niggas, bro, I'm telling you, I see these multiple places to bomb everybody else and send their fucking dirty ass influence throughout these Islamic states and countries. We don't say shit, but the minute they actually get hit up, now you got this. Man, look, I'm telling you, get the fuck out of these bitches. I don't give no fuck. I don't give no fuck. I don't care if it's Iran. I don't give a fuck if it's Palestine. I don't give a fuck, man. Fuck all them terrorist motherfuckers, man.
What's happening in the past? For the past
There is some that guy that says very crazy of Israel. I think he gonna put a lot of stock into the fact that in Israel we have internet and people with phones and we fucking like dumbasses by the way shoot the shoes off the limited destruction that the Iranians been able to cause versus Iranians who right now have almost no internet. I think from what I understand.
I was staying for the news.
Why are you cutting me off? But if you look at what Iran admits to happen, they will raise
international freedom over Tehran's skies. It's basically we can bombard them. It's like it's not even strikes from afar. We just can fly over the capital and fucking drop bombs on them. Humiliation for a country on a level that like you have no idea. Like it's the same like if Russians can fly over Washington and fucking drop bombs on the White House.
Iran managed to kill 10 civilians. That is their big success. Like random civilians. Like some of them are above 60, some of them are below 10. That is not strategic or tactical advantage in any sort. They didn't manage to destroy any infrastructure.
Three Arab women up north. Their husbands.
Well, it's a mother and two children.
And Arab been weeping on air today on his reputation, talking about his wife, like a second degree. How do you call this? She had like 2 degrees in Arabic and Hebrew. His daughters, his whatever, like in-law.
It kind of reminds me of when Hamas was saying, we are winning, we are winning. It's like detached from reality and from facts.
Hey, Matt, do you want to know real quick before I let these gentlemen go on?
Yeah, do it.
Listen,
I'm probably
what you gotta do, right? You gotta press those 3 buttons on the right
So
side.
you want to click on the top right, okay, and then you want to scroll down.
You see, this guy is unhinged, man.
Who's unhinged?
See, you unhinged.
Matt, give me a mod. I'll do it. I won't kick it. I'll move myself down.
Okay. So then you press on those 3, and then you change from hand to from everyone to a specific. I don't remember what it says, but it says something like that people have to have their hand raising, and now you can move people down. And once you move people down, then you can like switch back and forth. So you basically got to.
I got it. It's a toggling thing. That is horrible.
Oh my God! Happy Father's Day to all the fathers in the room today.
I'll give you Daniel. Hold on. He was using it as an example.
Words, I just wanted to give you that.
No, I appreciate it.
Well, I'll go down again, bro. I just want to listen anyway.
No, you can come back up. It's cool, man. It's fine. Whatever.
No, I'm good, man. I just want to listen to the conversation anyhow.
All right.
But I wanted to give you the possibility if people are unruly, so you can move them down.
Yeah, I already removed 1 or 2 people. We're probably like, what the fuck is going on?
Right.
Hey, no, but the other dude I was talking to, that has that accent, I was asking you, saying like, where, like, I don't see footage of too many bombs and stuff like that with Iran. That's the reason I was saying.
Why are you watching? Dude, because I see it like in the last 3 days almost 24/7.
All I'm asking,
Like, I'm interested in.
bro, I don't know if you on the offensive side, or if, I don't know if you know how to like just have a conversation.
Yeah, I'm not having a conversation. I'm just saying that if you say something, I'm trying to help you. And you're saying stuff that have no basis in reality. You said that 3 times, and every time that I ask you to give some information, you run away. Go ahead.
No, I didn't run away. I said, can you post the link? That's all I'm asking.
Do you have a channel with some footage of Iranian devastation?
Just to add some context, Daniel, where are you from?
I'm from Israel.
Okay, so this is what I mean about these nappy-headed black fucking monkeys. You're arguing ignorantly with a person who lives there. Do you live in Israel, Tony?
Can you stop talking to me?
Do you live in Israel, Tony?
I'm gonna ask you to stop talking.
Do you live in Israel? How come you haven't called your father for Father's Day, Tony? How come you haven't called your father for Father's Day? You argue like a woman, so again, yes, I know that you've been raised by a nappy-headed fat black bitch. Right? You probably don't know who the fuck to call on Father's Day. Okay, but you want to tell this Israeli person what the fuck is going on in Israel. You can't even find your father. You can't even find your father to send him golf clubs on fucking Father's Day. Yet you want to tell an Israeli person what the fuck is going on in his home.
You argue with yourself. No one gives a fuck what you
No, you're fucking dumb. That's exactly what we're tired of. You nappy-headed ass fucking monkeys always do this shit.
How can a black person call another black person monkey? How stupid are you?
I am.
I mean, to be fair, white people look like monkeys, actually.
And better
leverage over the war to really spread to the people because they don't want the people to feel like that the IRGC is in any kind of real trouble, and so they're threatening anybody who like shares any information from the outside world. It's a shit show.
Iran is going to have to come to the negotiating table sooner rather than later if they know what's good for them. But, the United States government has the ability to disrupt internet and communications and do all these viral implants. And, this is a highly coordinated event. When you actually draft a military operation, there are so many details of the highest degree. I mean, this didn't just come out of like a 30-day prep session or something. Like, you got to understand the U.S. government and Israel have been doing this type of analysis and research and planning for just forever. It's like a never-ending process that has been going on for many, many years.
And you threaten the U.S., believe me, Space Force.
You still hasn't. No, hold on, Ben. No, Tony, you still haven't learned your fucking lesson. You looking for links in the chat. You need to ask that fat, bald-headed black bitch where the fuck your father is. Okay, that's what you need to be asking on Father's Day. You don't need to be trying to put Israelis in no fucking gotcha moment. In typical monkey fucking fashion, you need to be asking that bald-headed, fat, shower-cap-wearing black bitch where the fuck your father is. You don't need to be looking for links in the chat. Go call your father, Tony. Go call your father. Maybe he's gonna call you collect from the joint.
Can y'all move this gay ass dude out the room, please? Yo, we can't even have a normal conversation.
He is our friend.
We have now
For our friends, don't we, Ben?
Tony, we have like 24/7 news cycles right now. We are getting like information from Iran. We actually even have people in Iran, and we are having a conversation with them. We are seeing videos of the damages, both from the IDF. That is, listen to me. Stop interrupting. Listen, we are getting videos both from the IDF that is documenting those hits, and we are getting videos from on the ground. The explosions, and we see that people are flooding Tehran. We are getting this information out. You say I did not see. I cannot force you to see. Where are you? What is your source? I don't have anything close for you, okay? The word has not about. I don't have it literally. As I said, if you will not stop talking all the time, you will be able to listen. What I'm saying is, we are watching 24/7 live videos, okay, that are coming as this is progressing in real time. There are things that are happening all the time, and we're getting that information. Now, I don't know if you're interested in it or you just are not getting the information, but to say that because you don't see the information, that it doesn't exist, that is an ignorant point of view.
Bro, that's
oh my God.
You ignorant fucking porch monkey. He lives in Israel. Why don't you learn something? Close your monkey mouth. Close your monkey mouth. Go eat a banana. And why don't you learn something with your black ass for a change? Why do black people have to come up on this fucking app asking the fucking dox me? Dox me. Dox me. Dox me. Go into my public record and see if you don't tip some shit off that's going to actually give up your location. You don't know who the fuck I'm related to, bro. You don't know who the fuck I'm related to, so dox me. Dox me and be afraid for your fucking life.
I won't. Trust me. You trust me. But I have real connections with Jewish people and everything else like that. I will have your life all fucked up, please.
Ooh, you heard it. That's a death threat. That's a death threat.
Fucking chimp was raised by a fucking single nappy-headed fat black bitch, right? Right, Tony. Where's your father on Father's Day? That's why you argue like a woman. I'm gonna lose our argument, so I'm gonna violate the law in my state. By the way, Tony, you got me in my state, your life is gonna get fucked up. Okay? You got me in my state, and your life is gonna get fucked up. Right? I got a fucking legal team to work them fucking pockets out. Fuck around and find out, Tony. Fuck around and find out, Tony.
I was people right now.
What? You think you're a nappy-headed fucking monkey?
We don't do. One thing I don't do is we don't tell my friend that you're gonna dox and shit like that. Don't do that, dude. So you can just sit down there for a while, Tony.
Now sit down there and think about it, right? Right before you're about to pull up. I got a shotgun next to my nightstand and a pistol under my fucking pillow.
I just reported Tony to the Clown House authorities for making a veiled death threat, FYI. I don't want any...
I gave, since Tony asked, I gave you a link to an Israeli
we'll see what's happening. Mental health.
I stand with Adams on this one. Stand your ground, Adams. How dare he make veiled
What are
threats
you talking
against
about
you?
bullying? Your mama bullied you, right? Your mama, that fat, nappy-headed black bitch in a shower cap is the one who fucking bullied you, right? Because she put the arm behind your back and having you to fight in one fucking arm because you don't have a father in the home. That's why you sit up here threatening the docs bitch, you fucking nappy-headed ass fucking gorilla.
Oh my god.
Well, this has been a very frank and honest and open conversation, and I, for one, am looking forward to a new Iran. An Iran where Muslim extremists don't rule by extremism and hate, misogyny. I'm looking forward to a beautiful water park, an incredible experience in Esfahan. I can't wait to go to the Grand Bazaar in my shorts without feeling that I might get beheaded. I don't know. I have a vision for Iran.
Hey, what's going on, Okie? Hey, Matt, like where in SoCal are you? I mean, have you met some people in Orange County? I mean, like, Orange County is densely populated with Persians and Persians or Iranians. Have you met any of them? Have you talked to those folks?
And the most of them are pro-Israel. I grew up in Orange County.
I know. Well, pro-Israel, and also they hate their own government. So essentially, what I'm trying to say is, like, Iran was never a core religious country like that. What it is today, they have been their country name has been renamed from Iran to Republic Islamic of Iran. Their fucking flag was changed. Everything was changed. So, I mean, Iran is the only country that I think United States give asylum so easily because people over there just don't want to live there, because they just hate their own government.
If you're gay, you have to undergo trans surgery there.
Huh?
If you're gay, you have to undergo trans surgery there, and you can sell your liver. I mean, your kidney.
Yes, it's more than just hate. I mean, they have executions, they have like they imposing all those rules. The hate is like, it sounds like Western criticism, which is bad.
Right. My point being is, like, the people are good people. It's just that the regime is like something that most of them hate. And in fact, the people that I've interacted to, because I went to school in LA. I mean, I grew up around a lot of Iranians as well. I want to tell, like, those people would like help. Like, obviously not in a war kind of a thing, like where it's going to impact all the innocent people, but if there's a way for other countries to come along together and be able to overthrow the government that's currently ruling Iran.
How do you imagine that happens without war? I mean, people have been trying for decades now. Yeah.
You're right. That's the whole point. I just don't know. And they tried to, like, civil unrest, and they did protest and all that kind of stuff. They got beaten up very badly. The entire country.
Most Iranians I've talked to, though,
yeah,
they understand that this is going to require some sort of sacrifice on their part. They don't have weapons. They don't have the right to really resist. They are brutally struck down in the streets. There is no regard for protest. The things that go on here, it's laughable. Like, the whole no kings, are you fucking shitting me? Try going somewhere else. You would be murdered in the street.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. And right now, I think even the last time when they had protests and all that stuff going on, they shut down the internet on the entire country. Everything was shut down. Like, even now, I think half of the people can communicate with outside
Well,
world.
Musk actually is providing internet to the Iranian people right now.
Correct. I can't give emojis because Joe and Paul took away my emojis.
No.
But yes, you were absolutely correct. He did.
So, is there, I mean, like, how can I actually have that information passed on to my other Iranian friends? Because
Get them here on Clown House. Tell them to download the app through Starlink onto their phones so we can get open communication into Iran.
Yeah, only if I can talk to them. The people over there, would they even know that this is what they need to do?
There's Iranian rooms.
Well, we cleared out our embassy. We have like a very small selection of people that are still left there to get them out onto our boats. But yeah, the Air Force base here, which is Space Force, the guys and ladies had to go in this morning. They went ahead and tested out their sirens, and they're ready. You threaten America, we're ready for you to
Wait, hold on. I have a special announcement. It's Gay Pride Month. Tony is itching to go get his booty hole spread in the LA County Jail. He wants to get his booty hole spread in the LA County Jail so badly. He's like, man, Adams, I can't wait to see you. I can't wait to see you. He's probably packing his little fanny pack full of lube right now. He wants to go to the LA County Jail and get his monkey black nappy headed ass locked up.
He can't afford lube. He told you he's gonna spit in your asshole. He told. Gross mother. Oh no, you have that Walmart shopping cart. That's a Walmart shopping cart. Hey, Dr. Dennis.
Updated app or no? Clubhouse.
I believe so. It shows me the emojis, but I can't utilize them. And I can't even tap on any of your heads. And
Same here.
You gotta update.
It's not just for you, it's also for me. You have Android?
Android, yeah.
Yeah, also for me. But there's an update, let me check it maybe.
Wait, now he's backpedaling in the chat, dog. You see how he black man on? Like, he wants to go from murdering me, now he's trying to take me to the Cheesecake Factory for drinks. Like, this is, you see, and the cheapness, too.
Hey, Matt, could you maybe pin my YouTube channel to the room? I am restreaming Patty's propaganda shithole. Her disgusting Democrat, liberal, Marxist, communist, shit-talking, veteran, woohoo, bullshit artist room onto YouTube. And I feel like, you know, these unrecorded rooms, there should be a record of these rooms and who these people are and the type of shit they say. Because I have heard so many death threats, an insane amount of Jew hate. The reverse racism and the propaganda and the lies on this app should be documented. These people, like, their profile IDs should be recorded and possibly their identities ultimately disclosed at some point, because you will find out that a lot of the inauthentic cocksuckers on this app are actually being paid to be here. And where they find the time to put together these rooms and go for 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, I do not know. While their personal lives burn down around them, you know nothing about their background.
Let's start an outing campaign. What do you think?
I agree.
Let's start an outing campaign.
I say we out these fuckers.
I got nothing to lose because I don't threaten people's lives and I work for myself. My boss is a bitch. Call her. Fuck off, motherfucker. Yeah, let's start an outing.
I agree. I hope my bosses have gotten calls and emails about me, because you know what? If my bosses stand with these people, I don't want to fucking work with them to begin with.
And anyway, you could play the recording for your boss and say, what would you do? What would you do?
And you know, these cocksuckers in their unrecorded rooms who kick all my profiles out, block everything I have. Clown House amazingly created the anonymous, and so now I'm gonna restream the biggest rooms into all my YouTube channels, and I need all your help and support to spam it out there so we can essentially nullify what they're doing. And this is the thing about reverse reframing what they're doing. If we reframe their bullshit.
I work for Monkey Business Media, okay? If you call my boss, okay, the CEO of Monkey Business Media, my mother, you're definitely not getting I call, you know, the COO, my father, a black man, he's going to answer the phone and call you a monkey too, and he may offer to cash app you to postmate some bananas to your house to shove into your monkey face during your workday because you're broke as hell and don't have a job. So again, good luck calling my employers.
You'll see how emotionally triggered they get when they find out they're being recorded and put on a YouTube live, and I've experienced it firsthand.
This makes me so happy right now. Edmund, you have no idea the renewed vigor I have. Now, you will admit you've done some bullshit in the past, but I think we have a new, common, much more nefarious
partnership
monster, and I think a partnership is warranted at this point, and I absolutely co-sign, and I am fine with outing terrorists. I really am.
I agree.
Elle, aren't you proud of me? I went through this whole room arguing with that monkey and didn't say anything racist, and I certainly didn't utter the N word. Okay, this is a groundbreaking moment. This is a groundbreaking moment.
You're
You're
growing
making
up. I'm
progress.
so proud of you.
You're making progress, Adams. Be sure you tell your therapist all the updates and how you're the new Adams, the upgraded 2.0 Adams. Bravo, young man.
Guys, we'll give some
Look at us. We've all come so far. I'm proud of us right now. Can we have a little kumbaya bit in this bit?
I have to say, one of the best recordings admin ever did was he recorded me saying I refuse to call anybody on this app a doctor because there's not one person on this app that's my doctor. And then they replayed it for me. It was hilarious. And I'm like, I sure did. Yep, that's my voice.
No, listen. I find that offensive. Okay, I got my doctorate while I was on Clubhouse. Okay, I am a primatologist. I know a monkey when I see one, especially a nappy-headed monkey. A nappy-headed monkey that was raised by a bald-headed fat black bitch. Okay, so the fact that you are denouncing my expertise, I find that deeply offensive. I paid a lot of money for my dissertation. Okay.
The anon in the basement with their fuck you. Oh, tough guy. You can't even chat. You can't say anything. Give them a finger. Fuck you. Yeah, no, but fuck you right back.
Hey, Matt, can you try to kick that bot? Like,
You can't.
yeah, you can't kick cannons. What is that basically? Can somebody educate me on that one?
Anonymous.
It's a
And when they come
subscription that
into
you
your
buy.
room, yeah, you can't kick them out of your room.
And just like that, Clubhouse is great again. It's a great day.
So it's listening, it's flipping a bird, and you can't kick it, and we don't know what the fuck is doing in the room. Is that what it is?
I'm frankly very pleased that that person has to sit on mute and listen to us talk our shit. It gives me great joy because they're so chicken shit.
Well, Elle, that's
I'm
the thing.
pleased.
We don't even know if that's a person. I mean, I see that.
Oh, it's a person, and I'm happy about it. It's actually a leftist retard.
Guys, everything will be alright if you give us culture ski
You can
to the
pick one
community.
that lets you anonymously.
Yes, I just updated my app and the emojis are working again. Going up.
Wait, Matt. I just noticed something on Tony's profile. Can you bring him up to the stage, please? Tell me if you notice the same thing.
I did the plus sign. We'll see if he comes up.
No. I'm talking about the fuck ice.
Oh no, I didn't see that, Tony. Yeah, he had the fucking.
Yeah, bring him back up.
He's coming, I think. I don't know his size. He's sick. He got it here. I don't know where he is. Oh, there he is.
So I spammed out my live stream to everybody in my phone via text message, and people are asking me, what is this bullshit? And I say it's called Terrorist Liberals, the movie.
Oh my god, that's a great title.
Or Liberal Terrorists, the movie. That'd be the better way to say it.
So Tony, why you got smoke for ice?
Bro, we're not talking to you, bro.
Adams, I love how people say, they don't want to communicate with you. But here they are.
No, it's because you can't go have a conversation. Sorry, I'll the bird not come.
Well, you can't have a conversation without throwing bananas and threatening to kill people.
What is this, Mario Kart, the movie?
Dodge people. You didn't do that, Tony?
No.
Oh no, Tony didn't do that now all of a sudden. Why is that, Tony?
Single black woman homeschooling.
We do have recording.
Take no accountability.
You
Point
did
the
do
finger.
it, Tony.
You always have.
We're gonna be able to catalog all of this. It'll be like, Edmund, are you able to do that? Title Tony, and we'll highlight and feature the leftists of the day.
Tony the training.
You always had cool conversations with each other, and this dude's acting how he's acting, and you turn it up right now.
How much are you talking to?
Tony, don't fall for the bait, Tony. This is a bait room, Tony.
I don't think Beth said anything.
No. This is a Real Housewives single motherhood parenting is
Hey,
coming
I
up.
said some shit. Did you put that on Beth? Oh no, it's me right here, bitch.
Okay, was it that just talking just now? Like 5 seconds
No,
ago?
it's not that.
These are being recorded. And Edmund is my new best friend.
That the morning
Okay, where was I just? I'm not looking at my phone.
on on.
So who's
Cheers, guys.
So who's that talking to me in a second?
I can't read because I'm a retard. What the fuck's wrong with you?
I'm not looking at my phone.
Open your mouth. Okay, then nobody cares then, okay? Nobody cares.
Okay, I realize like it's up.
What are you talking about? You're in the Matrix.
Do you need to get a new phone? How pay your phone bill?
A new Obama phone.
It sounds like it.
I don't know at all.
Yeah, Tony, you're
Was spot on and like so defining and so accurate and so predictive of what we have today. So,
Tony, you threatened to kill people, sir. You can't talk, okay? Because you've threatened to kill people and dox people, Tony. I'm sorry, you've been canceled.
No, actually, I said I hope he dies.
Actually, you're canceled. Canceled.
Cancel. Somebody ring the bell to confirm he's been canceled.
Ring it. That's the bitch.
Canceled.
Anyway,
why are you going so hard on it, man?
I hope you like party hats. I reported you,
Kill
Tony.
people. And you're still on bananas.
When you threaten to kill people, people don't like that. It's just a thing, you know what I mean? Like, you threaten to kill me, like, I'm gonna probably not like you anymore. I don't know, it's just a thing, weird, like, how that works.
I never told you.
You did, and it's recorded. I love that for you.
You're live on YouTube, Dr. Tony.
You're live.
What I said, what I hope he
You're live right now, smile for the camera.
I do not give permission to be recorded. I don't consent to being recorded.
Honey, you signed the terms of service. I don't know if you've read that shit.
I'm suing you all. I'm gonna sue you all.
I'll let this dude check push a narrative.
Did you read your terms of service, Tony?
I'm gonna send that recording to KTLA.
You
send that recording
agreed
to
to be
KTLA. These people are dangerous. These people are dangerous. They need to be stopped in the street. Like, what is going on, man?
I think that's a great idea. And then just get that recording from Edmund. We are all over this. I feel a new vigor. Clubhouse has been renewed.
Me and you would always been cool and you acting funny today, but it's okay.
There's a man threatening to kill people.
I didn't threaten to kill you. I thought you died.
No, you did. You did.
I know that. That's what I figured.
All right, I got the KTLA submission form right here. I'm submitting it right now, Dr. Adams.
She probably glitched out. She'll be back.
So does anyone else have any visions for Iran and what the potentials could be in a new Iranian government, a new name for the country? Does anybody have any new names for the new country since it's no longer going to be called the Islamic
I
Republic?
think that it would just be really cool if they just woke up tomorrow and Israel and Iran was gone. A lot of other
Israel?
Oh, fuck you, Pepe, with your, like, moral inconsistency. If you cannot separate between good and bad, that is, like, psychopathic behavior, and you should check it out, dude. But there's a big problem with an Islamic terrorist regime and a democratic country where you can have, like, all your freedoms. And if you want them both gone, then sorry, you're an idiot.
I'll be honest, Israel's about the only place you can go, Pepe, in the Middle East, and you'll lose your head.
But I think Muslims can't have democracies because they're not compatible. So they have kings.
Right. So if you want to go visit the new beachfront property, Pepe, if you want to go visit the new beachfront property, you're not going to be able to go to any of those other shithole places because they don't like you.
Well,
they don't like you.
If
you want to go, because it's going to be lit, you're going to have to realize we have an ally and they won't unlike you.
But it would be just like living in hell because that's where all the Jews are going to be after they die. Why would I want to live around them?
My favorite people are Jews. I'm not going to lie. They are awesome.
Listen, the only solution for people like you is to visit Israel and then to see how much of a fool you've been. And then maybe you will come here and you behave differently. But I guess the ignorance
You
is
know who had that? You know who had that? That reckoning. You know who used to talk like Pepe, or at least a little bit? Elon Musk, till he went there, and he was like, "Oh shit, these people are kind of cool." Oh, and he watched the video of the bullshit that happened on October 7th. Well, his mind got changed real fucking quick.
Well, he made an awful.
He had a real change of heart.
Yeah, no, but what he did is he agreed with a post and said 100% facts regarding Jewish Americans and like the values they push, and so it was a little bit different. But then with the Israel thing, I didn't remember him saying anything negative about Israel, but just Jews in the U.S.
He had enough. He had a reckoning.
Anyway, Israel is not going anywhere, and what the word that you're looking to say to Israel is thank you, and we will say
I do thank you.
You're welcome.
Actually, I do thank you, because you all are doing the work that nobody else has the balls to do, including the United States. So thank you. You are doing the world a favor. If we don't have to deal with Houthis and Hezbollah and a nuclear Iran, I mean, this sounds like a winning.
Let me ask, like, if you didn't want Israel to be over there, who would you rather replace Israel with if it's another country?
It'd be another terrorist state for sure. I mean, why would it not be?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like, what is the ultimate?
Me?
What's that, Kippy?
Oh, I personally don't care. I mean, it's
Like, if, like, we had Britain just, like, proxied over there, like, you know, or, like, another country, I'm just saying in general, is it just that it's just another different
I think it'd be cool if America owned it, to be honest with you, because we would have the foreigners hold our beer while we commit proper genocide.
Yeah, I mean, we're already genocidal colonizers. We might as well just own Israel, right? In that way. Is that what that's where you're
and
going?
just so you know, Israel's existence also keeps American lives safe, even your life.
It does. Yep. The intelligence sharing alone is probably a big reason why we haven't been attacked. Again, thank you, Israel.
All the powerful countries stand with Israel.
Well, Israel stealing our intelligence and stealing enriched uranium, creating. Now they have the Samson option where they'll nuke the whole world if anything happens to them.
What is it? Pepe, please grow up, okay? No one is stealing anything from you. It's a partnership where you benefit a lot.
They did steal our nuclear secrets. They did. It's already known.
Listen, you are not the geniuses of the world. Make nuclear weapons, and believe me, outsiders will also be able to develop it. Not be like Iraq had, Syria has. Like, dude, get off your, like, I don't know where you're living, but Israel is not only not stealing, we are developing things that the United States is not at war, we are at war, active war, so the things that we are developing, we are giving it to you. And how convenient it is that our enemies are using the same weapons because they are getting it from the Chinese and the Russians, which happens to be also your enemy. So when you're using the weapons that you create and we then develop and make them better and we test them, then it helps your army in your country. We're not stealing shit from you, dude. Really, bring it up.
You get the weapons for 100% for free. I mean, I know Jews are all about.
It's not 100% for free. It's not 100% for free. First of all, the money is staying inside the United States.
Oh,
we are
contractors.
giving. Yes, it's
so our taxpayers are giving more money to tax contract,
which means no. At the end, it's American jobs. There are many Americans that are working at those factories, and you are getting paid for this. This is what is also running your economy. The fact that those people are getting paid, and at the end, we are getting this, and we are developing those weapons, and then we are giving it to you, so you can even sell it.
The first day.
So you want to do it with someone? I will just say one last thing. Okay. If we don't do it with you, we do it with others. So if you prefer that we will use and improve Russian weapons, just say the fucking word. Yeah, but you want us there, so say thank you again, Pepe.
which the money goes back into the military-industrial complex, which basically ends up just like redoing the cycle, so you guys can kill children, a little bit easier.
So it's such a good idea. I guess like you say that you want to trigger me, but this is such a nonsense. Like I'm not even responding with an answer. Just fucking throw up. I know that you have more, and I know that you're doing it on purpose, so I will not fall for it. If you guys say that you're getting a children, you know fucking do your regime. I then talk to me about getting women and children.
You guys throw bagels and cream cheese at all the fucking Christian kids walking to school.
Pepe, fuck's sake, like seriously, Pepe, I don't know if you got up on your Nazi side of the bed today, because I've been in rooms with you and I know that you can be not a fucking Nazi idiot. And if you want to be the lowest denominator in this room, like doing all this profiling Nazi propaganda, go to a beer's room, for fuck's sake.
We are going to have different, I know you're going to think this is not a different viewpoint, but it is what it is right now. And we're going to keep this kind of balance. Like, let's have a discussion. So, Dean, you're going to go ahead and go up and talk next. Go for it.
I am going to make sure, however, Pepe, unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to not allow you in rooms I'm moderating.
So you're going to, so you in other words, you want to side with the Jews.
I will kick you out.
And you want to throw bagels and cream cheese at
I love bagels and cream cheese.
And so why would you throw them at Christian kids? Why do you do that? You probably spit on those bagels too.
Did you die from a bagel, honey? Did it hurt you?
No, Jews like to throw them at Christians.
Yeah, do you know what we do to Jews? We burned them alive.
Oh, amazing.
Oh. So, I don't know, a bagel? Really? Did that hurt you?
And they spit. They spit.
Oh, the spit. How did that hurt you? I think the oven hurt a bit worse. I don't know. I'm just saying. If I had to compare the two.
Right, because
so I won't allow you in any room I'm moderating.
Oh, no.
Oh, did you just find out that Pepe doesn't like Jews and he's a racist, bigoted hypocrite?
You are disingenuous, and I don't really like disingenuous. I'm kind of over disingenuous. That's what leftists do, and it's kind of leftist behavior.
It's okay. We got it. Okay, Dean, go ahead. Just make your submission. Go for it.
Peace, Matt. To the topic is Ron, Netanyahu versus Iran. Netanyahu played his hand. I don't know what the ultimate objective is. I think the world's waking up to this. Iran is 6 months, 3 years, or whatever sort of immediate duration of having a nuclear weapon. That's a bunch of propaganda and just a pretext to try to topple the government in Iran. And I think now what's going on is interesting. We'll see how it ends up. I think ultimately, my forecast as I look at it, it's going to be somewhat of a stalemate. There's going to be intermediaries that are going to intervene, whether it's Putin, whoever knows, and they're going to...
How can there be a stalemate when Israel can just keep on bombing them and they can't do anything about it? But Iran, they're kind of like... They're just getting destroyed.
I don't... Getting destroyed, I don't...
Like their weaponry, yeah. I mean,
They should be. They fund Houthis, Hezbollah, every known terrorist organization. They should be destroyed.
Let Dean go. Dean's kind of long, but go ahead. You keep going. Under 45 to a minute. Go for it.
Yeah. This notion of getting quote-unquote destroyed, I thought the objective was to sort of collapse the nuclear capability of Iran. From my understanding, most of the most sensitive and significant nuclear assets are underground, which Israel can't reach. So, the objective seems like a good idea to obtain that. Sustain bombardment of Iran, with bombardment into Israel.
also 40 years younger than Alan Dean. Like, you need to speed it up. Come on.
Tell about something about the war. What's happening now? Hold on. I'd like to jump in as much as I can. Because one of the things that you said it was propaganda on the one hand, and then you said
Daniel. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, we're
Let
not.
Dean finish.
I mean, we definitely
The sooner
made
he
some
finishes, the
strides,
sooner
but
it'll be over. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, don't even fucking.
I'm like,
Yeah, so ultimately,
we're just about deciding with it.
yeah, I think it was a hasty mission by Netanyahu. I think he wanted to dissolve any attempts at any sort of agreement, nuclear agreement, which the reports are showing Iran was more than enthusiastic to work towards it. I don't think he ultimately wants peace. He wants to further throw the Middle East into destabilization. Anyway, I like it.
They weren't willing to work on them. Like they literally came back with the last proposal and said, no, we don't agree. In fact, Israel needs to go through the non-proliferation process, and we should be allowed to keep on making uranium. So in other words, it's just like they want to disarm Israel but arm themselves. It's kind of weird.
And also, Israel is doing this kind of threat on Iran, so I think the majority of Israelis do support this attack. You said at the beginning that nuclear thing is propaganda, which is a bit weird because I know that you said exactly what we should say in order to stop it, and then you cannot reach it, so it's just propaganda, it's nothing. And the fact is that they admitted that they are working on a bomb. The entire discussion, the national was about really it. So I just went it on as propaganda. I don't get it. I'm trying to understand why it's saying it's propaganda. We can actually say what it is, and then we can all tell you what we are. In order to thwart it and to delay it. Ask me a question. If I can finish, I waited till you were done. So he's been. Yeah, but I'm quick, and you're like taking like 5 hours. Like, yeah, because they don't like intelligent sort of counter to their propaganda. He asked me a question, I'm answering it. So for over 30 years, Netanyahu has been asserting, predicated on some sort of intelligence, Iran was either 6 months to 3 to 5 years away from a nuclear weapon. Over 30 years. At some point, one becomes incredulous concerning this information, and it's only logical from any objective point of view to question it. Again, people are tired of having actually, all the other staff that I was at, look at the one that she said a minute ago, exactly saying what we should do. You're ignoring all the jobs, you're ignoring the declaration, and you're doing something that was never said 30 years ago in order to say that Iran doesn't work with a nuclear weapon, and you call that an intelligent argument that you cannot listen to? Okay.
Yes, Donald Trump has American-based advisors, such as advisors such as got guys from the climate exploration, which is Vice President Trump back home about the United States. And in other countries, or that's really advisors that like your phone, right? Like the courts that because you should be Trump, right? And in the middle of this, you have allies, right? Obviously, Israelis but specifically within Netanyahu, right? That wants to use Americans as human shields in another Middle East war, same way that he wanted to do that and successfully did during the Iraq war. So I hope America First advisors in and around Donald Trump will prevail, and Trump will keep his promise to American people and be America First.
I would like to say something.
I'm just curious. You say America. You guys are so disingenuous. You guys are so disingenuous. So as somebody who's actually America First, it's so ironic that I hear so many Arabs come and tell us about how you guys It's a place. Well, I mean, but it's just very disingenuous. Like, you guys basically just want Israel to suffer or lose, and so it turns us to be America first. We have different goals, though.
Well, I think what's the welfare system this is a threat also to America. What's a threat to Israel?
Can I interject?
I'd like to say something to Dean very quickly, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna spread the mic around. Hold on. Who wants to ask that question? Who's speaking right now?
It was me, Corey.
Go ahead. I do want to spread it around. Go ahead.
Yeah, this won't be long. So, Dean, you don't sound like you really know what you're talking about. Whether Iran has a nuclear bomb, Israel should have gone into Iran and way earlier, years back, right? Who was the ultimate responsible of October 7th? Who is the proxy Hezbollah? These people have killed a ton of Israelis. If Israel would have gone into Iran, they would have saved many, many lives. So I don't want to hear this bullshit about, oh my God, they're going in and they want to destabilize everything. You don't know what you're talking about. Second of all, what do you think would have happened?
That would be amazing because
You know what? I want to go
what
in.
it's done basically is to just stay in the region.
What do you think is going to happen? Iran would do the same thing. They would shoot missiles. There would be a war if Israel just went in to destroy the nuclear bombs. There would be war anyways. Israel's smart because they knew that Iran is going to go ahead and start a war with this. So they decided, you know what, let's decapitate all the leaders. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, if I could respond to that, Israel has debilitated Hezbollah and these other sort of proxy outfits. Kudos to them. To try to go into Iran. I'm just going with Netanyahu said. He said they're X amount away from
Kudos to them.
This is necessary for us to now go and stifle this attempt. This is what he said. This is what he said their objective is. Right? So you could speculate about whatever you want, say it's something else. Going what he said. Again, he's been saying this for over 30 years. Right? That's a problem. Number two, yes, ma'am.
I don't want to interrupt you. Continue.
Yeah, so again, it just seems hollow. It seems he has an agenda to destabilize the region predicated on whatever whim he's operating in, and he overplayed his hand.
Whatever whim?
That's a very weird claim. He made the same claim about the International Atomic Energy Commission, which on June 9th said that Iran was escalating its attempts to weaponize its enrichment of uranium. Are they also trying to destabilize the region? Because they made a draft resolution, to the UN Security Council, drawing alarm to this. This is just a few days ago on June 9th. You're being very disingenuous. When it comes to Iraq, Israel was one nation whose intelligence agency found that there were weapons of mass destruction. Be correct but there were 43 other nations whose intelligence agency found the same thing. Were they also trying to destabilize the region? First things reverse the victim and the abuser and the genocider and the people who are trying to defend themselves against the stated intention.
So anyway, that's my man. Feel free to respond.
To commit genocide against the Jewish people and against Israel. You reverse victim and the genocider. Why do you do that?
Can I also just add a little bit more to this? I think me, like, I would disagree with the framing of like what Israel did as like some kind of impulsive, reckless. I think it makes a lot of sense that they did it in this particular time. I think it was actually quite calculated when you look at the context of everything. So I've been like thinking about this, and first of all,
not going to get involved. We know in the MAGA right now movement, there are vying positions about how, whether it's Tucker Carlson and sort of the sect he represents, how they're seeing the play, and they don't want to be embroiled in a Middle East war, another one, after the debacles of Afghanistan, Iraq. It's lunacy. For which reason? You bring up the IAEA. This is the first time Iran has violated, allegedly, in almost 20 years. So, that being the case, and there are arguments that the IAEA is even working from a politicized point of view and they lack objectivity. Whatever the case, this is groundwork for more negotiations, not some preemptive attack on a sovereign country. Again, to your own point, they want to drag the U.S. into it. As Americans, and I'm not anti-Israel or whatever, this is solely on Netanyahu's hands. Shout out to Israel, they deserve to exist, all that good jazz. Netanyahu wants to embroil the U.S. in a quagmire. It is lunacy. And based on what evidence do you say that? Based on what evidence?
May I say something, Dean?
Hold on. Based on what evidence?
Yeah, based on what evidence? Yeah.
I hear you loud and clear, Dean. The thing is, it's not that America is on its own, all right? U.S. is the biggest supporter of Israel, and in Asia, India is the biggest supporter of Israel. And what Israel has done, if Israel had not done that, U.S. would have to go and do it. Because can you even visualize Iran having a nuclear weapon? What the hell is going to happen in the Middle East? I mean, there is no way Iran should be allowed to have nuclear weapon. Period. I don't know what are you talking about here? So what Israel has done is excellent job. Their top leadership is gone. The nuclear scientists are gone, air chief is gone, this is gone, that is gone. Khomeini is under bunker, and this is a right time for the regime change. There has to be democracy. The people of Iran have to be liberated. No more killings. Let me finish, Nova. No more killings of people who are not wearing burqa or covering their hair, and no more killing of these young people who want to, be liberated. I mean, it's a time for regime change in Iran. That's it. Carry on. Nova, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to jump on something you made. That's why I just wanted to point out, however, like despite some of the achievements they made on, obstructing the nuclear process, I think the risk with this now is they've also it kind of leads to a paradox where if they don't completely destroy it or annihilate it, now what they're going to do is accelerate Iranian efforts to weaponize and to develop their nuclear capabilities. So it's kind of it's a bit of a risky situation for Israel.
It's risky for the world. It's risky for the entire world. But the truth of the matter is, a nuclear Iran cannot be allowed to exist. And that has to be on the international community to recognize they have funded terror around the world. They cannot be allowed to exist.
Why not? Why not?
Well, just to be clear, for Israel is much bigger, Dean, and I will answer you why not. Well, if you hear every single time that making a speech, and you hear all of his parliament people shouting death to Israel, when you hear his rhetoric, Israel will come to an end, so on and so forth. When you see how much they sponsor terrorism and this ring of terrorism fire surrounding Israel, Hezbollah and Houthis and Hamas and the PHN and so on and so forth, obviously you will not want them to have nuclear weapons. Now, for those people who say that it is critical why Israel should allow to have it and not Iran, well, Israel never said that Iran will cease to exist and Iran so on and so forth. That never happened. Israel doesn't have this type of rhetoric, nor they sponsor those types of things that happen against Iran.
Israel.
Joe, go ahead.
Thank you, kind sir. We do have the protection with Israel of the Iron Dome, and that works. We've had it, I don't know, 5 years. So you're welcome. That's our technology collaboration with Israel.
Yeah, so again, Saudi Arabia was in competition with Iran up until recently as being one of the greatest purveyors of quote unquote radical Islam terrorism, right? They have a nuclear weapon, right? Allegedly.
Oh, really?
I mean, but let's be honest, nobody's worried about anybody. Like, if you're gonna worry about a country going rogue because they're fucking wackadoodles, it's Iran. Like, when you go around actually talking about the great Satan in the West, and like, you're picking a fight, you're gonna get a fight, and you're getting close to developing nuclear weapons, you gotta be taken out.
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. and the West role in Iran over the past 60 years, that does equate to a great Satan. I don't know why people act so daft in these things. The U.S. hasn't been an angel. And
they are a regime that oppresses their people. I'm sorry, they have to go. Everybody in the internet, why are you an IRGC apologist? That's what I think everybody in the room should be asking.
Yeah,
What the fuck are you?
It is a
Yeah, that's a good question.
That is a fair question.
Dirty ass regime.
Hold on.
Dirty ass regime.
Like, what is this defense of this particular regime? Like, what's the end game for you? That's the question I have. Like, for people that are just so animate about making sure that, Iran gets nuked.
Because they're paid for it.
Right.
I don't know if you guys know, but the IRGC people are paid to be.
No, just hold on a second. I want to hear what Dean says to this. Just hold on a second. Yeah, go ahead, Dean.
yeah, a couple things. I'm American first, number one. Number two.
Well, what are you second?
Matt, come on, bro. We're gonna have dialogue.
Just let him go.
Where are you from? I'm just curious.
Just let him go. Hold on.
Oh, I'm not letting this dog get off the boat. No.
I know you are. No, I got you. Good.
I'm getting the bottom of this shit. Ain't nobody defending the IRGC and letting it go unchecked. Sorry.
I'm not letting him go either. I got questions for him too.
He's got it finished, though. So
They make all of the dirty sharmutas wear a hijab on their whore faces. That's pretty cool.
What the hell?
I'm offended by that remark, please.
Yeah,
Okay,
me too.
Dean, go ahead. You guys, everybody else. Go ahead, Sarah. Do you want to say something? Go ahead.
First of all, wait, hold on. I want to say something, okay? Because as all of you know,
They said I remember that.
No. Dean, we've heard enough, okay? Pepe is saying something offensive. Listen, y'all are upset because I'm calling black people N-words and porch monkeys. Oh, that's offensive. Don't you know that's offensive? Yes, that's why I said it. So again, y'all are sitting up in here chastising Pepe for doing something that Pepe knows damn well what he is doing, and quite frankly, he has a right to do it.
And I have a right to not like it. See, this is the beauty of America. I love it.
We love America.
God bless America.
Can I say something?
Yes, get your voice in.
I'm very old. I actually remember the Shah of Iran. So, the Shah was the ruler of Iran for many years, and he wasn't an angel, okay? But this fanatic Islamist regime took over, and everybody seems to have forgotten that somehow the Kitover has always been the ruler of Iran. No. The other thing is that Iran has been saying for a long time, in 10 years, sorry, I'm getting thunder and lightning here. In 10 years, Israel will no longer exist. That was more than 10 years ago. Israel has quietly, or the Mossad has quietly, for many years, gone into Iran and blown up their uranium capacity to release that said that Americans can come in and inspect their facilities. I think they allowed that to actually happen once or twice. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact numbers, but they stopped allowing the inspections to happen at some point. But that didn't stop Mossad. So Mossad has quietly, or Israel, has quietly been trying to save the world from World War III by quietly disrupting Iran's.
I'm sorry. I have to come in. I have to open my mic because you're just saying some bullshit stuff here. When you say Israel is, wait, did I hear it wrong? I thought I heard her saying Israel is secretly causing troubles. Is that what I heard?
You did hear her wrong. Yeah, you did hear her wrong.
Just the opposite.
I apologize.
No, that's the opposite of what I just said. Israel has been quietly going in and disrupting Iran's capability of making the uranium ready for a nuclear bomb. Okay? So you got the opposite of what I said. I don't know why. Alright? And so this is not a new thing, is my point. The other thing that really bothers me is that nobody is saying how many bombs have been sent from Iran to Israel. I believe the last couple of days there's been 300. So I wonder why Israel is being looked at as being aggressive. Thanks.
Can I ask you a question, John? They're being looked at as being the aggressor because they initiated the U.S. war. This one's
Okay, that's bullshit.
And they acted out of John.
Every time I get
So it's not an initiation when you fund Houthis to attack bomb? That's not initiation? This got initiated a long time ago.
Every time I get off my...
Unless you aren't paying attention, when was this war initiated? If you think it was initiated 5 days ago, no, you can't.
No problem.
If a few days ago you just start paying attention and you think Israel initiated this, maybe you need to catch up.
Dean, I feel like the reason why you're not able to speak, Dean, is, I brought this point up before you came into the room. I think that through this conversation about Middle Eastern politics, people are experiencing their own unique and rightful form of black fatigue. It's just what it is. I feel like, you definitely need to kind of just roll with it and just, chill out, put the bananas down and, let's have a conversation. But truthfully speaking, this conversation realistically only involves Jews and Muslims. It really has nothing to do with black people.
That's a question I was going to ask Dee. I mean, how much involvement should black people have in this particular discussion?
None. Absolutely none.
I agree.
Absolutely none.
No. These people can answer that.
Wait, okay, let me say something real quick.
Big, I'll go right to you, Big, in 1 second. Dean, just answer it really quick, and then we go to Big. Okay? Thank you.
Well, really quick, huh?
I know. Go ahead, Dean.
They definitely should have a say because, number one, our financial support for Israel. Number two, per the submission of the young lady on stage where she intimated that that's Netanyahu's broader objective is to drag the U.S. into this conflict. We know African Americans are a sizable part of the U.S. military. So this notion that we shouldn't have a say is preposterous. We know this region.
Wait a minute. Matt, let me cook on this for a second. So, Dean, because we know each other from a lot of spaces where you have many black people in America, okay, with a predominantly white tax base that feels that certain issues that black America is discussing on this app should not hold conversation with said white people. So, I mean, don't you find it very funny that you make an argument that because of tax dollars and tax support and monetary support, black Americans should have something to say about a conflict that's happening 7,000 miles away from U.S. soil. However, in the same breath, here on U.S. soil and in communal tax base, white people are not able to have a conversation about black issues. Tell me how that makes sense, Dean.
Well, unlike the others on the stage, I don't gatekeep discussions. Again, I'm American. There are literally American assets in the region military bases, etc. Some of these people are literally black Americans, so this notion they don't have a say, then the broader implication of us getting embroiled in there, it's absurd to say we don't have a say. Cool. I'm with Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. You don't think Americans should have a say, which includes black folks? Don't ask for any financial, military support, etc. That would be my ideal position. If Israel wants to do what they want to do,
Dean, I have a question for you.
ask for
What do you suppose, since you care about the military, hold on, I have a question. Since you care about the military, as we all should, what do you suppose we would do? Let's say Mexico is chanting death to America, we're going to overtake you, we will wipe you off the map. They're currently producing weapons of mass destruction on our southern border. What do you imagine? We find it odd that we're going to dictate to a foreign country who is being threatened on the daily. These people go into bomb shelters nearly every fucking day. I'm sorry.
Well, you go into bomb shelters daily when we choose to genocide the neighboring people, Palestinians, and you're trying to
defense with all facts.
I'm still talking.
Muslim first and
And also by it's a mutually beneficial relation.
You're in the matrix, but I want to.
Yeah, but we also don't interrupt white women on this stage. We are going to let this white woman speak.
Sarah's speaking. She's a
I want to say something because I don't see any Iranian on the stage right now, but I want to say something because Dean is just saying things, and I don't really know if you only have the interest of America saying these things or you have alternative motives. Dean, Iranians, they're not in bunkers hiding. You know why? Because Israel is not hitting civilians. They are telling people where they're fighting IRGC, and they're telling people where it's like a place that's like crowded. They're telling people to get out of the way. People are not even canceling birthday parties. Iranians trust Israel. Why? I don't understand why people on this app, they just call this. If you want to talk about another country, I don't care. You guys just say whatever you want, whether it's true or not. Do not say innocent people, civilians killing. Do not use these things because Iranians right now who live inside Iran, they trust Israel government more than they trust their own government, okay? People are still going to work. People haven't canceled work. People are working. It's the Israelis that they're hiding in bunkers. What's happening right now is a proof that Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons. They're bombing civilians. The bombs that Israel is hitting, it's on the civilians. Which part of this is so difficult for you guys to understand?
Well, they got bombed in right?
Yeah. Real quick, I mean, that's more propaganda. We know.
Yeah, and we're not talking about Gaza. Read the subject. Read the title.
Well,
Those people are privileged. They never experienced war in their life. They're watching this entire war as if it's a game on their screens. They don't really understand what it is to be in war. They're lucky not to be in war. So for them, it's very easy to go on Clubhouse and dish out all those stupid talking points with no basis in reality because they're going to pay the price. It's a privilege. You enjoy the privilege, but don't assume you understand war. You never hid in a shelter, right?
I did owe Big Rex the mic. Go ahead, Big Rex. You got it mic.
But Daniel, hey, and I support Israel all the way. But why? And this shot really with that whole region, always fighting, always fighting. And I blame that Islamic regime, that fucking bullshit ass shit. Somebody just said that the Iranian people trust the Israeli government more so than they do their own government. Yes, that is true. Those people, those women that live there, they have no freedoms. They have no real.
Their government. They hate their government. They hate their government.
Yeah, they hate them. So yeah, I don't care what
they see Israelis as freeing them.
Yeah. So I don't mind what's happening. I don't mind what's happening to whatchamacallit. I'm gonna land with this. I don't mind what's happening to Iran. I
bads get dealt with. And yeah, I hope Israel continues to disrupt their nuclear weapon plans and whatnot. Fuck them.
So, couple things we know.
Israel doesn't, American.
The IDF have killed Iranian citizens. It's just on record. They've hit apartment blocks.
Oh my God.
So, listen, a war, people die. The question is, did the IDF target civilians or not? And the IDF does not target civilians. It's important that you understand the distinctions.
Dean, hold on, Daniel. Dean, no, as another
Dean,
black
I'm
person
looking
in
at
this
you real side-eyed right now.
Let me explain this to you, Dean. Let me explain this to you. You are taking the same type of tone and rhetoric from that Gaza bullshit and trying to apply it to the Iranian situation at hand. And this is where a lot of people outside of the black community get very frustrated, especially people like Daniel, who actually lives in Israel, with people who are standing 7,000 miles away in black America that want to insert a certain type of oppression narrative that does not exist in this conflict. It simply just doesn't. So that is the source of many people's frustration. You are looking at it through the lens of a black American. You are not looking at it through the lens of a colloquial understanding of 7,000 miles away, in which many people on this stage, okay, belong to. That is where the disconnect is happening, Dean.
Yes.
Right, I want to point for Dave that I think it's important. Just an importance because it's a talking point that we heard a lot. In war, people die, okay? The question is, it is important because it's a stupid talking point that we've been hearing for 20 months. Israel does not target civilians. Civilians die in war. When we target like a top senior person in his home and someone next to him dies, that's collateral damage. When Iran indiscriminately bombs just residential buildings, there is no military objective to it. Do you understand that in war, and you need to get out of your, I don't know, like dream world, that in wars people don't die. People die in wars. The question is, how do you manage the war? Do you aim at the population for terrorism, or do you, like Israel, is aiming at nuclear sites, military sites, government sites, not civilians?
I want to say,
Hold on,
are you guys gonna just go back and forth, or can we all get to?
Yeah. Can we let a new voice speak? Because Dean, respectfully, Dean, you just heard from a person who lives in Israel, and instead of listening, learning, and observing, you wanted to come off a mic with the first thing to respond. So you can respond. So just think about it for a moment, Dean. Just let's get some new voices in here. But we heard you land your plane 5 times.
Dean, let's let that settle. Dean, hold on. We gotta have some new ways. You'll back on the mic soon enough. So Jack, and I got these.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I appreciate it. So to start, this current conflict between Israel and Iran, Israel, I think, did initiate it with at least their first military operation
today. The technology worked in Hiroshima. I think Israel needs to utilize that in Gaza and needs to utilize it over in Iran. So when you look at the average temperament of American citizens, we don't give a fuck about no damn Palestinian children crying in the street. We don't give a fuck about anybody in Europe that's getting blown out of the apartment. We don't care. We simply do not care. So at the end of the day, why go there and fight when we can press a button? Hiroshima time. Nagasaki as a motherfucker. So at the end of the day, excuse me, you sound like you lost your virginity to a fucking petting zoo animal. Why don't you go spare your curry in your damn feet and wrap your mother's hijab around your neck? So as I was saying, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is why nobody cares. Blow them into their fucking mud hut. Teach them how to speak English. Okay, teach them how to speak English and teach them how to stop fucking petting zoo animals like this Mohammed pedophile supporter down there.
Wow.
Yeah, so Adams, I think you want us to join the sports one here.
Can I respond to Adams?
Right. They just said they want to respond to Adams. Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, Adams, it's Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Excuse me, I'm not addressing no Hamdullah gold butt fucker, okay? So at the end of the day, I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. I don't like you people. I don't like you people. I think that you're scum and you belong to a death cult.
All right, don't address Adams. Do you have something to talk about the topic, whatever that was? Please.
Thank you. I don't know why he's attacking me, but I was just corrected. It's Hiroshima, not Hiroshima. Anyways, I think the American public does care about it. If he does not care, that's his problem. And if he's talking about like the green card holders, we've seen Americans born and raised fifth generation, seventh generations in the streets of Los Angeles and many other states with the Palestinian flags. So if that
Paid actors. I live in Los Angeles, and you don't sound like you were born and raised here. Excuse me, Curry Police. So again, at the end of the day, I live. Yeah, one American, Mike. Americans speak first. Americans speak first. Americans speak first. So again, you live in LA. You're not from here. You don't even sound like you even swiped your visa. You probably ran across the desert in the middle of the night with a turban on your head, like them dirty, dusty, footed, illegal ass Mexicans. So as for somebody who lives here, okay, the people who are in those streets are paid disruptors. They're paid disruptors, and they're also not American. So try again. Nice try, dude.
Matt, can you please moderate? Please moderate.
I don't know what it's like. Damn, that boy on one today. Honestly, I don't know why he's interrupting, but one thing I want to say is at least my ancestors were not brought on chain on ships.
Hey, shut your bitch ass up.
Hey, at least my current blue line is not fucking missiles. Not, that's it. Excuse me. Gaddafi. You better watch your mouth, Gaddafi. You're not gonna sit up here and talk to our women like that.
Shut the fuck up, Uncle. They haven't even formalized. 2 years they couldn't be Hamas. They're supposed to be Iran.
Huh? Yeah. That's what's funny. It was first Hamas that showed us the fact that, you know what I mean, they can't even defeat a militia group, a very small militia group. And it's been 2 years and they still can't get them. And they're picking the world's strongest army in the world, right? This was the first delusion that people started to realize that Israel is actually fucking weak. That was number one. You have to keep in mind the Jews were kicked out of every country. They've never been historically strong at all. Never, right? So now they realize, okay, they can't even defeat Hamas. Then it was America bombing the Houthis and with Israel as well. They realized they couldn't defeat what they call the Houthis, what they call, you know, their missiles. They still continue to target Israel as we speak. And these are like not even strong military armies, right? These are just militia groups. So now you guys are gonna really see, and this is a global reset that's gonna happen right now. And because every empire falls, right? America took the empire from the UK, and now America's falling, and everybody knows this. And it's a global reset, and we're gonna see the next empire, which I believe will be Russia, will be Iran, and will be China, with Pakistan as well, right? And the world, and you guys are gonna realize of how weak Pakistan. You have to realize that the Israeli people are not built to get continuously bombed. The Yemenis could handle that. The Palestinians can handle that, right?
Why are you
Iranians can handle that. But the Israelis,
Why are you
you can see them crying.
supporting the IRGC? Why are you supporting the IRGC? Why are you supporting the IRGC? Why are you supporting this, you that dumb fucker? Listen, you dirty, smelly.
Let me say one last point that you guys can have fun all night, right? My last point is, right, they keep talking about, you know, these Muslim women with the hijab, but black people, your women are naked, shaking their ass on music videos. And you guys claim, you guys can't even control your women. And our women are covered, right? Your women are covered. Hold on, I know that this pork chewing sand monkey isn't saying shit to us. You and your pork chewing sand monkey, yeah, y'all fucking inbred, y'all fucking, even worse with your big busty ass pirate freaking of the Caribbean ass forehead. The fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? You in Africa were having sex with fucking monkeys and spread AIDS to the rest of the world, and you have the damn nerve to talk shit about black women? What the fuck is wrong with you? All y'all African motherfuckers. Alright. We're back. Gildan, you're up. You were trying to get in. All of us just is wow. Black man can't keep our women clothed. Woo! I mean, I know where you're coming from with that. That's some hot shit to say. I guess this old Adams to respond to that shit.
You need to learn how to control your blacks, Matt. Matt, control these fucking apes are acting out. They're ruining.
Ooh! Hold on, Pepe. Not too much on this. Don't let Pepe off the leash. But damn, we can't keep no clothes on our women. We twerking. We pointing our rectum up to the sky. Woo! I don't know what to say. Wait, hold on. You got this dirty ass turban wearing Arab down in the chat calling me a coon. Like, what the fuck is that? You are a pork chewing camel sideways. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You fuck petting zoo animals. Do you wear condoms with that petting zoo animal? Because we know that you're fucking Somali and probably giving them camel aid.
Hey, my song is gonna kick your ass.
Okay, guys. Like, bring us back. Yeah, like let's try to at least get it back. Shut your ass up, training Tony. You sitting over here crying and shit, talking about you're good at a porch fight because you are a fucking porch monkey. Wow, you guys we were all doing so good. Just kind of got off the rails. Let's go, guys. Sarah, you're saying something good.
Yeah, I was gonna say let's reset the room.
Iran, but he had later admitted that was just a kind of a ploy.
Do we know if that's a bulletproof diaper sitting on his head? Is that a bulletproof diaper sitting on his head? Ayatollah. No, I'm talking about Ayatollah. He got a whole diaper on his head.